Hello everyone, I'm Sunny. I come from China. Recently, I joined the UNITALK organization. I think it's a wonderful platform which gathers a lot of youth around the world. They can share their opinions and ideas on hot topics, their wishes and concerns about our future, and we are all trying to make this world become better. I also hope more and more young people can join us and let the world hear your voice. Thank you and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Hello, my name is David. I'm a master's student at Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in China. Well, it's been a tough year for all of us, but one big thing that I would like to share with you on this day is that no matter how tough or bad the year was, we've made it up to this moment so far, and there's so much prospects up ahead. Like, before the sun shines and before we can appreciate the light from the sun, it has to rain, there has to be thunder, and just look forward into the prospect of a better 2021 as we're approaching the end of the year. And actually, we just want to wish you the best out of everything that next year has to offer. All the best, be blessed, stay safe, and always strive to achieve the best in your life.
Hello everyone, I'm KM Fardin Sultan, and I want to talk about few things about this year. This year we had to go through a global pandemic, and we had so much restrictions with our life, with going out this and there and having time with your friends and your family and your relatives, and we couldn't do none of them properly. But quite honestly, this year Global UNITALKS gave me the best experience to make sure that I can do something with life, and it enhanced and it brought out a new person inside me that has helped me to show and to portray what kind of a person I am if I have to represent myself. And I would like to sincerely thank the Global UNITALKS family for allowing me to get this opportunity and portray my talent in front of everyone around the world. So thank you, Global UNITALKS, and wish you a happy Merry Christmas.
And if I could have one wish, is that our desire and will for goodness shall be stretched on to the edges of eternity, that all those who come and pass by through this planet shall never give up, for they shall look up to the sky and they shall see that our hope is written in the stars, that we are made for greatness, we are made for love, and that we truly deserve it.
Hello everyone, my name is Yotham Johannes and I'm from UNITALKS, Ethiopia. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
My name is Leon Mbungi. I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam, pursuing Bachelor of Laws. My experience with the UNITALK has been a great experience. Through the UNITALKS, I've learned different things. First, I've learned that education is more than books. It's more than going to class and doing examinations, but it's more of your passion. It's more of how you interact with other people, and it also includes your talent. So when you improve your talent, you learn more, and that's education. Through the UNITALKS, I've learned to be confident, to stand out, and speak my ideas in front of people. I'm grateful to be part of the UNITALKS family, because UNITALKS has exposed me to the international world, where I've met different students and learned a lot from the UNITALKS. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'm grateful to be part of the UNITALKS.
Hello everybody, my name is Miriam Jackson. I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam pursuing Bachelor of Laws. I am grateful to be part of UNITALKS family because it has made me explore more of myself. I've come to know about my talents, and it has connected me to a lot of people from all over the world. It's a nice experience and a good opportunity for me to gain more things from the international world. So I am glad and grateful being part of this family. I wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I wish from Xi'an University UNITALKS and its worldwide teams Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We wish all of you the best.
I'm Kashmir from Bangladesh. I want to share my amazing journey with the Global UNITALKS. From my childhood, I have searched such kind of platform where I can express myself. And for me, Global UNITALKS is such platform which actually changed my life. Thanks to Professor Wallis and Professor Diana for their absolute guidance and back-to-back training sessions. And for any teenagers and for any students, Global UNITALKS is the best platform that can anyone ever get. And I want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I'm
Farsak Chaudhary, a participant of Global UNITALKS debating competition, and I participated in the monthly
I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Without consistency, you'll never finish. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't be afraid to fail. There's an old IQ test, was 9 dots. And you had to draw 5 lines with a pencil within these 9 dots without lifting the pencil. The only way to do it was to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Every failed experiment is one step closer to success. You've got to take risks, and I'm sure you've probably heard that before, but I want to talk to you about why that's so important. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. And I know that's probably not a traditional message for a graduation ceremony, but hey, I'm telling you, embrace it, because it's inevitable. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought, except for the fact that I can't sing. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed, and I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? If you don't fail, you're not even trying. I'll say it again. If you don't fail, you're not even trying. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. Imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? I just got back from South Africa. It's a beautiful country, but there are places there with terrible poverty that need help. And Africa is just the tip of the iceberg. The Middle East needs your help. Japan needs your help. Alabama needs your help. Tennessee needs your help. Louisiana needs your help. Philadelphia needs your help. The world needs a lot, and we need it from you. We really do. We need it from you young people. I mean, I'm not speaking for the rest of us up here, but I know I'm getting a little grayer. We need it from you, the young people, because remember this. You got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists, some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love, some of you have the gift of long suffering, whatever it is, whatever your gift is. What are you going to do with what you have? All right, now here's my last point about failure. Sometimes it's the best way to figure out where you're going. Your life will never be a straight path. I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA. And the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror, and every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me, and she was staring at me. She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget. She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy, a spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." And in the years that followed, just as that woman prophesied, I have traveled the world and I have spoken to millions of people through my movies. Millions who up till this day couldn't see me, who up till this day I couldn't see while I was talking to them, and they couldn't see me, they could only see the movie. They couldn't see the real me. But I see you today, and I'm encouraged by what I see. And I'm strengthened by what I see. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas. The chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Never be discouraged. Never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, Remember this: fall forward.
Hello everyone, and hello from Australia. I'd just like to wish Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, and all my fellow judges, the students of UniTalks, the student audience, and also the people behind the UniTalk seat a very, very Merry Christmas. And I wish you all a very happy, healthy, and prosperous 2021.
Hi guys, this is Victor. I'm an English coach and bilingual. It's my pleasure to be here. Thanks to Professor Wallace and Professor Diana. Thank you for your invitation. The Global UNITALK International is a very good platform and organization for your student to practice your speaking, right? So this is the reason why I strongly recommend many of my students to join the English speech competition by UNITALKS. And in my opinion, speaking in public is a big challenge for everyone, but also it's a good chance for you to improve your speaking. Okay, so just believe in yourself and try your best to show off your talents, knowledge, and language skills in front of us. So on this special occasion, so I send my best wishes to you guys, so just enjoy studying here and enjoy, being here, and good luck. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Queen Juma, an assistant professor of applied linguistics at the United States International University, Africa, Kenya. I was privileged to be a member of the international jury with International Global UNITALKS. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and absolutely positive year 2021. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Professor Khan here. 2020 has been a really tough year for everybody, so I want to take this opportunity to wish everybody involved in UniTalks, all of our esteemed judges, all of our students, our audiences who have been watching around the world, a very Merry Christmas. I hope you all have a wonderful time with your families, and I hope that 2021 will bring us all more success, and we will all be able to meet again at some point in the year.
Hi there, my name is Alex Wu. It's an honor to be invited as a member of UniTalks International Jury Group. UniTalks offers an opportunity, a platform for people from different parts of the world to share ideas about global events. I also learn things by hearing the voice from all over the world, especially some parts I may never have the opportunity to physically pay a visit. So thank all the people who work in UniTalks, and Merry Christmas to all.
Hi everybody, this is Suresh Samim, President of UniTalk for Afghanistan. First of all, it's my honor to be a part of this global platform. And I'm really happy because for the first time, we have such platform in Afghanistan. A platform of the student, for a student, and from the student, where everybody can take action and everybody can participate in our opportunities, in our programs, where we can improve our public speaking skills without paying any fees. And fortunately, every month we have competitions, international competitions, and we have international juries. Hope to see you all in our competitions, and wish you best luck. And finally, wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you so much.
I'm Tashruk Kamal from Bangladesh. I'm currently serving as the Vice President of Global UNITALKS Army IBA. My experience with UNITALKS has been amazing so far. In UNITALKS, we spread ideas, we speak ideas, and we follow ideas. In doing so, it has helped me to discover the inner talents that I have. It has helped me to become more of a public speaker, and all I can do is I can learn from all the students across the world. UniTalks is such an amazing platform where we prioritize on our education as well as the extracurricular or co-curricular activities that it offers. In UniTalks, we understand the value of extracurricular activities and time management and all the things. It offers us public speaking competitions, debate competitions, and we get to understand and compete with students all across the world, and we can understand and learn from them how to be better and how to be wise. This is the thing that I have learned from myself, finding out the positivity and that so far. In the future, I look forward to learning more from UniTalks and understand and discover the inner talents that we have, and we learn and grow. So that will be all from me. Best wishes and Merry Christmas, and I wish you a very Happy New Year.
I'm Shahri Firdaus, University Vice President of Global UNITALKS Kuwait. We wish you a Merry Christmas. May this Christmas bring you closer to all those you love and care. Again, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Hello everyone, my name is Claudia. I'm a Global UNITALKS contestant, and I'd like to wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, and I look forward to seeing you all in 2021. Global UNITALKS is a competition that helps students learn how to articulate their words, give amazing speeches, learn how to be confident in front of everybody else, and know what they stand for. And I'm glad to be a part of Global UNITALKS.
My name is Andrea Fisser, and I'm a high school student from South Africa. UNITALKS as an organisation opens so many doors for young people that would otherwise not be a possibility. There are only so many hours in a day for educators to teach us all the necessary things that we need to know, that it's nearly impossible to equip young people with all the necessary skills that they would need to take the world by storm. Thanks to UNITALKS, they are now giving us opportunities to interact with people, to develop leadership skills, public speaking skills, you name it. And it's all to help young people to improve and be the best that they can be. Our educational systems fail us sometimes, but thanks to organizations like this, we don't have to worry about that anymore. From my side, I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Everybody, this is Salim from UNITALK Pakistan. I wish you all Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I'm Ahmed, UNITALKS Vice President of Pakistan. I wish you all happiness, joy and peace. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I'm Labiba Islam Salsabil from Bangladesh University of Engineering and Technology. So Global UNITALKS here have enlightened me with some completely new ways of life. I didn't know that I have such hidden qualities in me if I hadn't joined the Global UNITALKS. The teachers here are very kind, compassionate and patient. So I have gathered very valuable experiences working with them. Moreover, it is an international platform connecting various people throughout the globe. So it is an opportunity for you to introduce yourself to various new cultures. I would suggest everyone to join the Global UNITALKS so that you can create your own ideas and spread them among people. So a very Merry Christmas to everyone out there. Stay fine.
My name is Yusuf, and I'm from Turkey, Galatasaray High School. And my first experience with Global UNITALKS was a successful and a joyful one, thanks to every member of Global UNITALKS who was there to listen and help me throughout the process of stand up for myself, express myself. And I think this is what is essential about Global UNITALKS. You can really make your voice heard and get into interaction, get into communication with people all around the world. So I would like to thank Global UNITALKS for that, such an opportunity, for being that much helpful. I'm really thankful, and I would like to say Merry Christmas for everyone.
My name is Melissa Duchamp, and I am attending a leading girls' school in South Africa. I've recently joined the UNITALKS Global family. Me and my friend Andrea Visser are starting the branch for UNITALKS in South Africa. We are looking for people that are like-minded, bright, and want to shape children's future for the better. We are starting the branch in South Africa during the December holidays and January of 2021. We hope to touch people's lives and brighten it with the hope that UNITALKS will prosper in the future. What I've learned so far is that UNITALKS is a great organization for people to connect with each other, to learn a lot about the world, and to better people's lives.
My journey in Global UNITALKS has been an extraordinary one. The
difference between Global UNITALKS with other competitions or events is that in Global UNITALKS, it is a continuous learning and upgrading process. Like right now, I'm serving the Global UNITALKS Bangladesh after the Global Championship event. I've transformed into a leader from a public speaker. I hope every student in Global UNITALKS can realize this potential and tap into Global UNITALKS for the best use of their career as well. I especially want to mention my gratitude to Professor Wallace for coordinating all the events and programs of Global UNITALKS and creating such great opportunities from students for all over the world. We are ever grateful to you, Professor. UNITALKS is not only a youth skill developing and networking platform, but it's also a virtual education hub. Through UNITALKS, we're trying to reflect a great initiative, which is helping youth students, the youth, to know themselves, to know their altitude, to dig their hidden talents through speaking and showcasing their thoughts and talents. Just a few months ago, I signed up for the stage of Global UNITALKS without having any prior knowledge of competitive global speaking. Just in the past few months, I've grown incredibly in terms of my skills and professional confidence both. The round-by-round evaluation, the detailed training session with Professor Diana helped me grow so much. And it's not only me, but the same has happened in cases of my friends whom I also met along the path. I've met good friends from here and heard similar stories from them as well. That's how Global UNITALKS has worked both as an engaging platform, with skill learning platform, sharing platform, and also a networking and communication medium. I wish every student, associates, professor, and well-wisher of UNITALKS a very Merry Christmas and a very good New Year. May this New Year bless us all and may UNITALKS reaches us every corner of the world. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Morajo Michelle. I am a student at USIU, which is United States International University, Africa, which is found in Nairobi, Kenya. I am a senior student pursuing international relations as a bachelor's degree and a major in diplomacy and foreign policy. I am a member of Global UNITALKS and have been for quite some time, and so far my experience with Global UNITALKS has been incredible. My main takeaway from Global UNITALKS is learning how to be a leader and learning how to be a team player, which have been really key things throughout the whole process of Global UNITALKS, from debates to personal public speaking. I am utterly, sincerely grateful to the whole Global UNITALKS community, and I can tell you that it's an experience that you will never forget. So from me, I wish you wonderful holidays, a Merry Christmas, and hopefully a better 2020. Thank you.
I am Leila Klosnik. I am 14 years old and I go to Galatasaray High School, a very well-known historic French school that has been around for more than 500 years. In the future, I want to study law in an Ivy League school and impact the future by becoming a lawyer or an ambassador for the United Nations. Now, I would like to talk about what UNITALKS taught me. First of all, I was able to gain a lot of experience with public speaking, which I will definitely need in my future. I was also able to speak the English language more and have more exposure to it, which I don't usually have. I was able to talk about and research about a very wide range of topics, such as the power of love and climate change. I was able to form a connection with people all around the world and hear their opinions, their thought processes, their speeches about these subjects. I was able to get to know myself better too through these debates and these speeches. Thank you to Professor Diana and Professor Valles for making this an amazing experience and teaching us all how to prepare and how to speak and always being there for us. Thank you to everyone who worked behind the scenes so that we can do this project without any flaws. Thank you to all my fellow speakers who have become my friends for all preparing really well speeches and teaching me so much. Thank you to all of you.
Good afternoon, guests of honor, international jurors, debaters, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amanda Fu, Director, Global UNITALKS Headquarters. I welcome you all to Global UNITALKS International Debate Competition 2020. Now, I wish to invite Mr. Ashish Trivedi, the winner of several global debate competitions and President of UNITALKS Europe, to give opening remarks to us.
Pardon me, I think my camera is muted.
Could someone please help me out and mute my camera?
Wait a moment.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, you're ready to go?
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Greetings, Global UNITALKS family, live audience members, esteemed international jury panel, and distinguished debaters. My name is Alex Trivedi, and I am the two-time NSDA Public Forum champion. I'm honored and privileged that Professor Wallace invited me to share some of my debate experience with not only the debaters today, but with also the live audience members. Today's annual International Debate Competition 2020 is a flagship event for Global UNITALKS, which has provided debaters from all over the world a platform to not only nurture their passion for debate, but also an opportunity to meet fellow passionate debaters as well. Now, I'd like to give some advice from my personal experience to the debaters out here today and to the potential debaters out in the live audience watching as well. I would like to start out by sharing my debate journey, and I'd like to thank my debate partner, Richard, and my English teacher and mentor, Miss Emily Roman, for accompanying me throughout this journey, and I couldn't have done it without them. I started debating in high school, more specifically public forum debate, which combines the aspects of both policy debate and Lincoln-Douglas debate, but makes them easily understood by the general public by having shorter speech lengths. My first debate tournament in NSDA, I performed terribly, winning 2 out of 4 debates and not qualifying past the prelims. The reason I'm sharing this is because I know every debater participating here today has the mindset that he or she must win. However, I would like all of you to refrain from thinking like that. Obviously, not everyone will win their first debate, or second debate, or even possibly the next coming 5 debates. But rather than focusing on winning, I would like all of you to focus on what you learned from each debate, and focus on the feedback provided by the judges, and see where you excelled and where you didn't. One of the key attributes of being a great debater is always having the ability to always self-evaluate and to keep on improving upon oneself. You don't have to trust me on this. You can ask one of the jury members judging you here today, Miss Amelia Murphy, as she also judged me throughout my debate journey. Debating in all its various forms has a long history and can be traced back to the philosophical and political debates of ancient Greece, such as the Athenian democracy. Debate teaches us useful skills not only for academic pursuits, but also life in general. Most obviously, debaters build the confidence of speaking in public and expressing their ideas eloquently. That comfort of speaking in front of others is useful in so many areas of life, from interviews to school presentations to discussions in college seminars. But the benefits of debating are not limited to the skills built while students are speaking. The preparation aspect for competition teaches critical thinking and research skills as well. As F. Scott Fitzgerald once said, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold 2 opposed ideas in mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. Debate tests and builds that ability by forcing students to see both sides of an issue. Debaters flex their analytical muscles, learning to find the weak points in their opponents' arguments. They learn to explain their own ideas and assess different viewpoints, whether in a debate round, a political discussion, a classroom, or a written essay. And debate requires students to research their ideas and support them with evidence, teaching them to conduct research and assess sources. This is why I truly believe that debate is uniquely suited to build skills required of a modern global citizen, including critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. For those who commit to speech and debate, it offers a lifetime of benefits. Forbes recently published an article titled "How to Find the Millennials Who Will Lead Your Company," suggesting that the leaders of the future are actually ex-debaters. As the article notes, debate teaches how to persuade, how to present clearly, and how to connect with an audience. Exactly the skills businesses look for in their young employees. You'll find ex-debaters in every area of public life, from Bruce Springsteen to Oprah Winfrey to Nelson Mandela. There are ex-debaters excelling in business, law, politics, academia, and many other fields. To end with, I would like to take this moment to thank Professor Wallace and the team at UNITALKS for having me on this year's virtual event and for working tirelessly to organize and manage virtual debates, which was a challenge by itself. I would also wish everyone here today a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. To the debaters, I'd like to wish all of you good luck, and I'm looking forward to some fruitful debates. Now, I would like to introduce Professor Wallace. Professor Wallace is a renowned entrepreneur and academician and has many achievements in the academic field. Currently, he is the Vice President of a leading university in Asia and has been a foreign expert in China since 2003 onwards. He is also the Director General of Silk Road Association, a nonprofit and non-political international civil society organization, and President of Global Silk Road University Consortium, responsible for the internalization and global advancement of the Silk Road universities. Now, please welcome the founder of UNITALKS, Professor Wallace.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning to honorable guest of honor, international juries, lovely audience, and outstanding debaters. Season greetings and Merry Christmas to all of you and Happy New Year 2021. Today is the event, which is the last event of 2020, and I take this opportunity to thank all of you to build Global UNITALKS as one of the largest student online platform globally. Without your support and patronage, this journey was not possible. This year, we successfully held Global UNITALKS International English-Speaking Competition, and the finalists from this platform made journey to the top 3 winner of the global level in One Belt, One Road Youth English-Speaking Contest 2020. We are successfully held Speaker of the Month competition every month. It is a proud moment for me to announce that we have trained, educated, and mentored over 500 plus youth this year to be a public speaker and future leaders in this world. Global UNITALKS has outreached 7 countries, which was the target for this year, and we successfully achieved it. And our last leg was South Africa, which was this month. Global UNITALKS aim is to nurture the youths and students who are from remote locations around the world and face the geographical infrastructural challenges and does not have resources for getting exposure and opportunity to showcase their talent and display their potential to shine in this world. As we all know, Global UNITALK is for the students, of the students, and by the students. It's your platform and make full use of it and get benefited. We would fulfill this vision and mission by creating Global UNITALKS team inside various schools, colleges, universities, including youth clubs in over 75 countries. And with our teams, over 372 educational institutions in 5 continents, we also have regional teams, country teams who expand Global UNITALKS outreach in their respective jurisdiction. We have over 1,899 UNITALKS team members, which is incredible number, and over 12,876 audience on Zoom platform until today, and over 15,543 subscriber on social media. We have very strong presence on social media handles around the world and is expanding day by day. We really believe in young people. That's why I'm here with you today to talk about how Global UNITALK is committed to help raise the youth talents and bring them onto the global stage to make an impact and influence to the world. We started with humble beginning with very handful of students, and today we are a world largest platform. It's only possible because of the youth power. If the youth power decide to do something, they can move mountains. Currently, all the Global UNITALKS teams worldwide are carrying out numerous educational activities in their schools, colleges, universities, and in their universities' youth clubs. They are conducting regularly, weekly, monthly training and mentoring sessions by themselves and preparing their fellow students to participate on various Global UNITALKS events, which are being held every month in the last week over a weekend. It could be Saturday or Sunday. This Global UNITALK team and brand ambassadors are helping each other, preparing themselves to be a future global leaders and public speaker so that they can share ideas, spark ideas, and follow ideas. I believe strongly that in today's society, youth are capable, educated, and opinionated individuals who understand the importance of exercising their opinions. They are the new force behind change. They have capability to give visibility to marginalized groups by letting their voice be heard and changing the world together. Global UNITALKS want to reach out through online evolving technology in more robust way in 2021 with all of your support. Our aim is in 2021 to expand over 175 countries and to outreach 10,000 more students and youth who have talents but did not get opportunity to be trained, polished, and were unable to reach any platform. Global UNITALKS family is committed, along with the like-minded academic teams and international juries worldwide who are on board with us and who volunteer and selflessly donate their precious time by teaching, guiding, and mentoring, including outreaching these deprived youths who have geographical challenges, infrastructural challenges, financial challenges, who stay in the small town villages where there are no so much facilities available for them to grow and get trained. Global UNITALKS believe in the motto, empowering youth without discrimination and equal opportunity to all. Youth and children from about 40% of the world population, and in order to achieve the sustainable development growth, it is critical to mobilize young people, involving them, not just the right thing to do, but it's a strategic things to do, I believe. Everyone has different definition of a leader. In my opinion, the true leader should spare little time from his daily life based on his or her talent and knowledge, should share and educate the young generations, motivate them to achieve their goals and dreams. It is service to society and a character of a good human being and a global citizen. How successful you may be in your career, it's no meaning until the society recognizes your contribution. When young people rise up, amazing things can happen. With 1.8 billion people aged between 10 and 24, this generation has the opportunity to bring about lasting change. Today, half of the world population is under age of 27, and young people around the world will define what the world looks like today. Hence, it's important for youth involvement when policy decisions and planning for the future are made globally. It is imperative to involve the people who are going to be alive in the future. That's not 70 years old, rather, it is 20 to 30 years old. The power of youth is the common wealth for the entire world. The faces of young people are the faces of our past, present, and our future. No segment in the society can match with the power, idealism, enthusiasm, and courage of the young people. And still, young people of today face many, many burdens. Young people are 3 times more likely to be unemployed than adults, and currently, million young people are looking for work around the world. This are staggering number, over 175 million young people looking for jobs. The International Labour Organization has warned of a scared generation because of both unemployment and increased inactivity among young people, and further, it's impacted and influenced by pandemic. Hence, this platform is just one effort to regenerate this youth along the Silk Road countries. We gather here today because we believe in the power of young people. Today, we will see the debaters who are selected from over 327 applications, which came over 75 countries, and 57 was screened, and 15 was shortlisted, and finalists are just 12 whom you will be watching today. These debaters were chosen on the criterion of that they had a passion to learn and have a spark in them to go forward and wanted to shine, and they cherished this opportunity. Global UniTalks does not choose the professional and experienced debaters. It's not a show event platform, but an ongoing educational student platform where the most important key is learning. Now, I would like to invite Professor Quinn, a renowned professor of linguistics who has been judging over decade various tournaments in her university and conducting training and mentoring over hundreds of youth every year. Professor Quinn is the chairman of today's international debate jury panel. Without her guidance, mentorship, it was not possible to have this event today. I sincerely thank her for the time she gave to us and give the guidance and mentorship to our debaters. Please welcome Professor Quinn to say a few words to us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Wallace, for your kind words. It's an honor to be part of this great event this afternoon. In Kenya, it is about 1 p.m. midday. It's sunny, it's warm, and we are delighted to be part of this team this afternoon. I want to take a very short opportunity just to welcome all the audience and all the participants and wish them all the best, even as they get into this great event. And we are looking forward. You've prepared enough, and I'm sure you're going to give us the best that you've prepared for. You've been trained, and therefore it's only confidence. And take your time. We're looking out to see how best you can engage us in the matters of global and climate change as you've been practicing. And therefore, allow me just to wish you all the best. And if I don't get a chance to speak to you again, I want to wish all of us a happy, happy, happy new year. Otherwise, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you, Professor Quinn, for your kind support. Now I'll request Professor Amelia Murphy, who has been from the inception working together with Global UniTalks and helping all the young talents to do a great job and to present themselves on all the international events. Professor Amelia has been also debate judge for many international competition in Southeast Asia. And I'm sure with her presence here today, we will have a very good feedback to all of our debaters. So I will request Professor Amelia to say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wallace, for that lovely introduction. Good evening, Professor Diana, Professor Quinn, to our contestants, our jury, and everyone else on the jury panel. I just wanted to take this opportunity to wish everybody a very, very Merry Christmas. I know it was only 2 days ago, but as you can see behind me, I still have my little guys around. I am really excited for this evening's competition. It's been a while since we've actually had a debate competition. I just want you all to enjoy it, okay? We as judges have no opinion, be it affirmative or negative. Your job today is to persuade us that your views and your argument is correct. And that is how I will be judging today. Really, really excited. Our speech contests every month have shown how much the students have grown. And I'm really looking forward to today's speech. As Professor Quinn said, take your time, enjoy it. And as also Alex said, it's not about winning today, it's about learning also from each other. And again, I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you again for having me as part of your jury. And I will see you all at the end of the competition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Amelia, for your encouragement and your kind support to Global UniTalks. Now I'll request our guest of honor, Mr. Victor, who is an educationist and been involved in education, especially on English language, to say a few words to us.
Oh, hello guys. Can you hear me? Wallace?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. This is Victor. I'm an English teacher. I'm an English teacher in Xi'an, which is one of the four oldest, capitals in ancient times of China. But I prefer you guys to call me an English coach because I've trained many students to speak and make a public speech. And it's my pleasure to be here. And first, I was thanks to Professor Wadi and Diana. Thank you for your invitation. I believe that the Global Uni Talk, is very good platform and organization for you guys to practice speaking. And that's the reason why I strongly recommend most of my students to join the English competition and the debate competition by Uni Talks. In my opinion, speaking public is a big challenge for everyone, but it also a chance for us to practice, speaking ability. So here, this special occasion, I send my best wishes to you guys. I hope, just to try your best to show the best of you, your talent, energy, and language skill in front of us. So I send my best wishes to you guys. Thank you. Enjoy being here. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Victor. You have been a good source for encouragement to our students. Thank you for being here. Now I will call upon Group 1 to start their debate. Group 1, are you ready?
Yes,
okay.
yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, I will tell you who is doing what. So give me first, I will see what the judges have decided. Okay, so Labiba, you are going to be negative, and Kasifa, you are going to be affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Dear Honorable International Juries, guest of honor, founder of Global UNITALKS, and the worldwide audience, my greetings to all. I am from Group 1. Today's motion of our debate is government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change, and for some valid reasons, I affirm the resolution. We're living on this planet as we have another to go. This was said by Greta Thunberg, which actually portrays the current vulnerable situation of our global climate change. If we keep up with the news, statistics, and researches, we will surely know about the water supplies across the planet, threatening food, rising temperatures, many more natural calamities, extinction of various species, and stretching droughts out even longer. So these alarming changes in our nature, all the absolute clear signs of changing climate happening right here, right now, globally. And though we are thinking that it's the present day scenario we are talking about, but the fact is we have already got a lesson from the history, and that lesson is when the nature is speaking about the changes clearly, then we better listen and respond. To clarify today's round, based on the resolution, I'd like to say that after seeing the alarming impacts of the problem, it's obvious that this is high time to take the necessary steps by the government. In this regard, adaptation and mitigation both are needed to control this global problem, but I think prioritizing the adaptation over mitigation will be very much helpful to combat this global problem. So now I'm going to tell you why. In the climate world, adaptation refers to the process of adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects. It's doing what we can to live with and minimize the destruction and sufferings that comes from climate change. It generally refers to changes in practices, processes, and structures to moderate potential damages or to benefit from opportunities associated with global climate change. So, in response to this problem, adaptation is involved with changing infrastructure and practices to reduce the risks posed by climatic changes. So if we just think it simply, we can mitigate this global issue when we could adapt ourselves with the sudden changes of global climate properly. Isn't it, my dear opposition? Otherwise, if we can't adapt with this, it will be not so much easier for the government to combat, because the mitigation process regarding this global issue doesn't start recently, though it has started a long ago, but it is gradually becoming so tough for us to control this issue because we are unaware of this kind of sudden climatic changes, and the whole nature suddenly can't adapt with the changes, and it is going out of our hand for us to mitigate and combat. So government should prioritize adaptation first, and for this, the necessary steps which should be taken by them are building seawalls, elevating infrastructure, or retreating from low-lying coastal areas, reducing or recycling water using due to drought, using prescribed fires to prevent uncontrollable wildfires, and favoring drought-tolerant crops. After taking such kind of several steps, when the government can assure we are pretty good at responding to environmental changes, then I think we can mitigate and combat this global issue easily and quickly. So for me, government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change. And we should bear in mind that alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. Global climate change will not be a big issue for us if we are united. Thank you all.
Respected Global UNITALKS jury and August House, greetings to you all. I am debater number 7 from group number 1. Debate is going on. Topic on the floor is government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change, and for some obvious and some standing against the motion. So, going for the negative confirmation. South Asia devastated through floods and landslides. Africa ruined with droughts. Wildfires burning in Australia or America. Antarctica's temperature has risen up to 18.28 degrees Celsius. The world is being poisoned slowly through global climate change. Now, what does this global climate change mean? It means the global warming driven by human emissions of greenhouse gases and the resulting large-scale shifts in weather patterns. Easy to assume the first question arising in your mind will be, what are the possible ways to stop this giant beast named global climate change? Well, there are two probable solutions. Number 1, adaptation, which means adapting to the policy already in pipeline. Number 2, mitigation, which means reducing emissions of and stabilizing the levels of heat-trapping greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. From a policymaker's perspective, mitigation is a global public good with faraway but long-term benefits, whereas adaptation is a local private good with immediate but short-term benefits. Mitigation strategies include retrofitting buildings to make them more energy efficient, adapting renewable energy sources like solar, wind, and small hydro, helping cities develop more sustainable transport. Global energy demand is projected to grow by more than 50% by 2035. The traditional fuels like wood and coal is not only harmful to the environment but also leads to premature deaths. No adaptation strategy is applicable here, my dear opposition. All these consumers need clean energy that will not hurt them or the environment. That's where we are about to rely on mitigation. The 2018 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change IPCC special report on 1.5 degrees of warming highlights that global emission will need to peak by 2030 and rapidly decrease to net zero by 2050 if we want to stay safe according to the Paris Agreement. This net zero emission demands urgent mitigation. The International Energy Agency recently reported that 21 countries ranging from Australia to Uzbekistan, including Germany, USA, UK, have already successfully reduced carbon emission while growing their GDP. This is a jaw-breaking answer towards them who doubted that economy in a new climate country will fall. From 2010 to 2012, energy-related carbon dioxide emissions declined by 6% in the United States of America, while GDP grew by 4%. Source of information, Climate Council Organization and Wikipedia. So, my dear opposition, adaptation offers quite short-term benefits, but it is costly at times, whereas mitigation will solve a problem forever and it is easy to carry on. So, which side should the governments prefer? Obviously, the answer is mitigation, on which we should rely more to combat global climate change. That was all from my side.
So now coming into the cross-examination. So my first question to you is, you have told about the various countries, about various renewable resources. Tell me about the framework for the countries who have not much renewable resources. What will you do then to mitigate this issue in these countries?
Well, I know that there are countries who are almost 0% dependent on renewable energies at present, but nuclear energy, electrical energy, or solar energy are some sources of energy which are abundant to all countries. So that's where the countries with less renewable energy should be depending. Like the United Arab Emirates, UAE is currently preparing to transition from a completely oil and gas dependent country to a country with high usage of alternative energy systems like nuclear and solar energy in order to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions. There is a European Union country
country which has only 0.6% renewable energy source. In fact, the country is only able to generate 1% of its energy using wind power. But still, it is making long-term reforms like liberalizing the natural gas and electricity markets. It has prepared a broader plan of energy efficiency, source of information, research gate. So similar policies of mitigation is what countries should follow. Now, my question to you is, we all know that adaptation is a costly procedure. How can the third world countries cope up with such costs and take the adaptation strategies?
Okay, thanks for your question. The best part of adaptation is though the adaptation procedure is a little bit costly, but the outcome of this process is clearly visible and very much helpful for this global issue. And most importantly, the development cooperation report is telling that the developing countries are now prioritizing adaptation more than the developed world to adapt to the impacts of an already changing climate and for coping up with this. In African region, local governments are tasked with developing medium-term plans and link climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction and the incorporate community-level adaptation plans. Also, there is a country in African region who has recently passed a climate change bill for their national adaptation plan, and thus the third world countries are coping up with such costs and take the adaptation strategies. My informations are from ResearchGate. I hope you have got your answer.
Okay, my dear opposition.
So now rebuttal. Are you ready? Okay. Thanks again for giving me the floor. It's time for my rebuttal to defend my affirmative case. Firstly, my opponent has told about the Paris Climate Agreement, which was signed by 195 global parties to bring emissions down to levels required to keep warming in check. But if we look into the rate of South Asian countries, though the government of these countries have taken various steps to mitigate this issue with the ratification of Paris Agreement, but my dear opposition, across South Asia, annual average temperature is projected to rise by 2.2 degrees by 2050. So in this high emission scenario, 800 million people are still at risk due to global climate change because the people of rural and coastal areas still don't know how they will gonna act and face the sudden changes. The most vulnerable populations and species are those who are least able to cope up with this. Climate change adaptation thus is an issue of global concern and equity. Here, the mitigation policy seems to be completely failed, my dear opponent. Moreover, climate change adaptation plan is saying that if the government of each country can assure the adaptation plan properly, then the number will fall to 375 million people. And my opponent has told about renewable energy resources, but my question to you is, do all of us use hydrogen fuel cars for going to anywhere? Or can you assure me that we don't use plastic bags at all? These are some common mitigation strategies which are taken by almost all of the countries to combat this global issue. But you, me, and we all know the answer that the irony of fact is we still are not doing all this. And that's my point. Yeah, mitigation can be helpful, but this is not the time. It's the time to take the adaptation strategies because every year, various steps for mitigation are setting to combat this issue, but people can't adapt with this properly. And that's the place where the government should work on. They have to change their economical and others framework and to make people familiar with the adaptive system of sudden changes. Climate change adaptation means altering our behavior systems and in some cases ways of life to protect our families, our economies, and the environment in which we live from the impacts of climate change. The more quickly we take the adaptation strategies, the easier it will be to adapt the changes we can no longer avoid. Mitigation actions will take decades to affect rising temperature. So we must adapt now to change that is already upon us and will continue to affect us in the foreseeable future. Adaptation aims to reduce vulnerability to the impacts of climate change that are inevitable due to past and current greenhouse gas emissions. Adaptation policy taken by the Europe is a great example for all of the countries around the world that prioritizing the adaptation would be the best solution to reduce this global problem. I think I have clear on my stand. For these reasons, I affirm the resolutions that resolved. And with this, I want to conclude my rebuttal. Thank you all.
Okay, so going for the negative rebuttal. My dear opposition, you were talking about elevating infrastructures, building seawalls, but what is the guarantee that they will sustain and protect us for a lifetime? In a paper titled Ethics of Mitigation, Adaptation and Geoengineering by Bert Godin, published in the year 2012, the author said that the wealthy countries have the power of choices, so they just choose to adapt, leaving everyone else behind, ensuring their own short-term benefits. But this is not an issue just for today. This is a matter of generational justice. According to Bert Godin, quote, kicking the can down the road in relation to the mitigation, however, also means that the future generations will have to bear the brunt of climate change. This triggers intricate questions of intergenerational justice. Our lack of success to curb greenhouse gas emissions seems to be compromising the right to life, liberty, and security of a person. So failing to mitigate our emissions today is leaving this problem or even a worse version of it for our children and grandchildren to deal with. Some environmental problems are such that they don't even have a scope of adaptation, like industrial waste. So we cannot now just stop industries and go back to the pre-modern era. So smart problems demand smart mitigation policies like recycling of industrial wastes, plastics or polythene. Switching to bio-friendly poly bags will reduce energy consumption that avoids greenhouse gas emissions to a large extent. And as you had asked, I personally always prefer bio-friendly bags and avoid polythenes, my dear opposition. Buying just 6 cases of 100% recycled paper saves 1 ton of carbon dioxide. Government should encourage people to recycle. In Germany, you get a refund of $0.25 for every can or plastic bottle you recycle. My dear opposition, you may try to adapt with the changes now, but without reducing carbon footprints at one stage of your journey, you will no more have scopes to adapt. The EU emissions trading system, EU ETS, is a key tool for reducing greenhouse gas emissions cost effectively. It's the world's first and biggest carbon market, which targets to reduce carbon emission up to 55% within 2030. Governments under European Union has already prioritized mitigation over adaptation. Mitigation does not bind countries' abilities in the concept of first world, second world, or third world. Like we have people here from East Africa, right? So an East African third world country gets around 50% of its electricity from geothermal energy. The percentage was only 13% in 2010. The country is also betting big on wind, with Africa's largest wind farm of 310 megawatt connected to the grid in October and set to provide another 20% of the country's installed electricity capacity. Source of information, climate.nasa. So look, you just don't need to be a first world country in order to prioritize mitigation. With such valid logics, I guess I'm clear on my stand why I'm supporting mitigation today. Thanks to all.
So now coming again to the cross-examination. My first question to my opponent, you have said that mitigation process is very much helpful for reducing the global climate change problem, right? So show me an example of statistics which is showing the decreasing rate of global climate change using mitigation process.
Okay, so the first example that I want to set is of a country of Northern Europe. The country aims to be 100% fossil fuel free by 2050. The country is grossly dependent on renewable energies and other mitigation stuffs. It gets over half of its electricity from wind and solar power. In 2017, it made a world record. 43% of its electricity consumption came from wind energy. And due to this continuous process of mitigation, levels of carbon dioxide have been declining over the past 2 decades. From a peak of 62 million metric tons of carbon dioxide in 2003, emissions fell to just 33.5 million metric tons by 2019. Last 4th December 2020, the country's parliament adopted a new policy to decrease carbon dioxide emissions by 70% within 2030. Source of information, ResearchGate. So I think you have got your answers, my dear opposition. Now my question to you is that what can the urban areas do specifically for adaptation?
So the important part of adaptation is basically urban areas are mostly playing a great role to combat this global issue by adapting with this. So the steps which can be done by the urban areas in response to this are using scarce water resources more efficiently, adapting building codes to future climate conditions and extreme weather events, building flood defenses and raising the levels of dikes, developing drought-tolerant crops, choosing tree species and forestry practices less. So these things can be done by the urban areas, especially for adaptation. Source of information, World Research Institute. You have got your answer, I think.
So, yes, my dear opposition.
My dear opposition, international
yes,
jury.
My dear opposition. Okay.
Dear opposition, international juries, and the audiences listening my speech, hello again. It's time for my affirmative final focus. Climate change is here. The evidence of climate change is all around us. Every day, news stories and specific studies pour in documenting impacts of climate change we are already experiencing. The message is clear. Climate change is not an abstract problem for the future. Climate change is happening now. We are causing it, and the longer we wait to act, the more we lose, the more difficult the problem will be to solve. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, what will happen in the next year. So this is 2020 and we didn't even see the harsh reality of global climate change. And you want to mitigate the cases which we still don't know, which our upcoming generation is going to see. So in short, we are the last generations that can take steps to avoid the worst impact of global climate change. Future generation will judge us if we fail to uphold our responsibilities. My dear opposition, we say everywhere the banner, plant trees, save climate, don't use plastic bags. But my question is, these all are the mitigation process, but are we doing? The answer is no, because we are still can't cope up with this, and that's my point. So we have only two ways left, either black or white. There is no gray level here, my dear opponent. Every country's government is taking several steps to mitigate this problem, but the condition is getting worsening day by day. We are still not getting any hope. In my constructive, I have told various reasons why adaptation is more important than mitigation. And in my rebuttal, I have cleared my stand that there is no better plan than adaptation. So lastly, when the whole people can assure that we know how to act with the sudden changes, then the government can combat this issue quickly and properly. So I would like to request all of you to vote for me, to vote for adaptation, to vote for the affirmative case. So we can turn our dream of a beautiful climate to reality if government prioritize adaptation over mitigation. And that's why I affirmed the resolution that we solved. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot. So finally, now I want to share my amazing journey with Global UNITALKS and want to thank some amazing personalities without whom this journey would not be possible. I still remember the first day of my speech. I was so nervous, but Global UNITALKS just changed me, just changed my speaking style. For me, Global UNITALKS is the best learning platform that any student can ever get. And I would like to thank Professor Wallis for creating this amazing platform and Professor Diana for her amazing guidance and for the efforts you have made to make us learn. I want to thank my mom and dad for their constant support and boosting me up every time. I would like to thank my friends for wishing me the best every time and also here for wishing me. And thanks a lot, international juries and the audiences present here. Have a good day to you all, and that's for all from my side. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you, my dear opposition. So going for the negative final focus. A country near North Pacific Ocean has invested 5th highest percentage worldwide of its GDP in developing renewable energy, and it's aiming for 90% renewable by 2020. Scotland is building the world's largest floating wind farm with its 98% electricity generated from wind. In the first half of 2018, a West Central European country produced enough renewable energy to power every home in the country for a whole year. The United States solar industry now employs more people than coal and nuclear combined. Source of information, ResearchGate. But you know which one was the best to me so far? A boy named William Kamkawamba from Kasunga, East Africa, built a windmill all by himself in 2001, which powered water pumps and other electrical devices in his village, saving the entire village from famine due to drought. What a wonderful example of will force, mitigation, and change together, isn't it? Besides, using renewable energy or recycling eco-friendly transportation is another smart step towards net zero emission. In United Kingdom, transport is the biggest contributor to the climate crisis. You need smart solutions, electric vehicles. They produce less carbon dioxide than petrol cars across the vast majority of the globe. Looking for easier and cheaper solutions? Why don't you just switch to cycles or rickshaws in short distances? Although adaptation and mitigation are both necessary, but the less we choose to mitigate today, the more adaptation we will need later. Adaptation that will become progressively less effective as the storms simply overwhelm the seawalls. For example, an adaptation that many developing countries already struggle to afford given just today's climate impacts. Respected Global UNITALKS jury, and now your conscience puts me in this area that government should prioritize mitigation over adaptation, then don't vote for me. Okay, now the Thanksgiving part. Thank you everyone for joining. Thanks to my family, my friends, and the Global UNITALKS mentors. So that was the end of my first time with the Global UNITALKS. The respected founder of the Global UNITALKS and all the other mentors are very kind, compassionate, and taught us how to spread ideas, speak ideas, and follow ideas. I discovered some completely unnoticed parts of me. Global UNITALKS nurturing has helped me develop my speaking skills, and it inspired me to mentor others too. Overall, it was a nice end of my beginning of my journey with Global UNITALKS, and I loved it. I'd like to carry on this breeze of UNITALKS to my university and to my entire surrounding. That was all from my side. Thanks again. Thank you everyone for listening.
Wonderful, Group 1. Excellent job. Now I will request our chairman of the international jury panel, Professor Quinn, to give some comments.
Thank you so much, Prof. Wallace, and wonderful. Congratulations to Group 1. You've started it at a very high, synergized note, and I must admit that a lot of improvement is notable since you started the training and you're now doing very well. I must also just make a few comments in terms of your cross-examinations and also the definitions of the key words, which is adaptation and mitigation as they came forth. That was very well presented. And also the illustrations were very clear. The resources were well researched. You presented your words very clearly, using the terminologies accurately in regards to the topic of adaptation and also with the climate change. I must though admit that there was a portion where I missed the point when during the cross-examination, when you say that there is an African country which actually has passed a policy. At that point, I wanted to know which is this country. So whenever we make assertions or illustrations, giving in terms of policy, reinforce and quote it and cite, be very authentic, because then if it's a policy that has been made, then it is in the public domain. So making that clear reference would have been very helpful. Like saying, for instance, in East Africa, in Tanzania, 2018, they passed a global climate policy that was going to do A, B, C, D. Then that clarity, otherwise it passes as a sweeping statement that sometimes can almost border plagiarism. Besides that, during the cross-examination, I thought that the response that you had for each other was quite good, and the energy needs to be kept through the all other groups that are coming through. They've started us off very well, and I must commend the groups. The rest of the things when the affirmative talked about the government should, that was all good. So what are the citizens' role in all this? What was the citizens' role in doing? Global climate change is not only the government's responsibility, it is the citizens' responsibility as well. So that part was missing out, but it was clear that truly the government needs to do a whole lot of stuff to enable the policies run through. For the then of course, I think most of the rebuttal was well handled, and I liked how you kept the tone and the momentum through the session. Prof. Wallace, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. Let me call Professor Amelia to give her valuable comments on the Group 1 debaters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. What a great way to start a debate competition. Congratulations, Group 1. Very, very good. I have to say, I completely agreed with Professor Quinn. I wanted to know what countries that you were talking about. I also wanted to know like where some of, especially the affirmative, you didn't have as many sources quoted as contestant 1B in who was on the negative. So I was just wanted to know like where you got a lot more of your sources. But I have to say, you rebuilt your case very well. You really did. When it came back to your turn, like to rebut, I thought you rebuilt your case extremely well. And again, like Professor Quinn said, there was just one or two more things that I wanted to hear, like what the citizens' jobs or roles would be, you know, in your case. Contestant 1B, you are on the negative, very factual. You had a lot of sources, you had a lot of figures, and that's what we like to hear, you know, because just shows that it was very well researched. But on the whole, it was very close. I thought it was very, very close. And I'm really looking forward to the next couple of groups. You were both extremely passionate, which is what we want to see about in debates, because that passion actually translates to us and how you're going to sway us one side or the other. As I said at the beginning, we have no opinions on this whatsoever. We understand the title, but we have no opinions whatsoever. So it's up to you to persuade us. I would just like, and I'm going to say this to everyone, please work on some of your pronunciation words. There was some words like I was a little, I've lost that. And I tried to spend time thinking how the sentence was supposed to be put together. But on the whole, very, very proud of you guys. So proud. And I'm so proud to be part of the UniTalks family. Congratulations. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. Thank you so much for your valuable comments to the Group 1. Now I will call upon the Group 2. Are you ready?
Group 2, we're ready.
Okay, Group
Ready.
2. Joy Mora, you are going to be affirmative as per the judge's decision, and Claudia, you will be negative. You can go ahead now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, honorable judges and international juries present today. I'm from Group 2, and I stand in affirmation of the topic at hand, which states that governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation. Now, I've been on this earth for 22 years exactly, and I can say with pure certainty that global climate change is real, and a denial of the same would be an injustice. We need to realize that human systems and earth systems are undoubtedly linked. The way that we structure our cities, how we live our lives, the activities that we do, all of these things directly impact the amount of emissions we put into the atmosphere and the level of climate change that we eventually experience. As such, we need to realize and understand what adaptation is and what mitigation is. And to that, I give you, mitigation is referred to as a method of trying to sort of stop or prevent climate change from happening. And it essentially is a preemptive method. While adaptation can be best understood with three key things, which are vulnerability, adaptive capacity, and resilience. And where we see vulnerability refers to the degree to which a system is susceptible to or unable to cope with the adverse impacts of global climate change. Adaptive capacity refers to the potential of a system to be successful in the responds to climate change vulnerability. And resilience refers to the amount of change a system can undergo without changing it completely. So adaptation therefore becomes a system that seeks to respond by reducing the vulnerability and increasing the resilience. And it's all sort of a management system. And if you look at where we are right now in the world, you'd see that things are becoming worse. Not to be a pessimist, but we are realizing that if things continue at the pace that they're going, climate change will get worse. And not that we can't fix it, but we need to understand that with the new harsh realities, we need to come up with new systems. We can't wait on false hope. We can't think that these things are not real. And unlike former President Donald Trump, who said that climate change is a hoax, it's a myth, and it's not that serious, the changing weather patterns, the increase in heat, the extreme weather conditions, the heat waves, and all of these things, even the sinking of islands such as Tuvalu, make me believe that we need to have policies that are working right now instead of waiting for mitigative policies to miraculously start working right now. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Greetings to you all, international jury and attendee. And I'm Group 2, and I stand against the motion that states adaptive measures towards global climate change. Adaptive measures will not aid and give workable solutions to this issue. We started breaking CO2 emissions since 1950, and since then, there's nothing more done than industrialization after industrialization. Al Jazeera's Sandra Gathman states how scientists suspect that human activity is the reason why CO2 emissions are going up. That's why we cut down trees and don't remember that the environment will still be needed in the future generation. Consider the ocean right now. In 2010, there was a dolphin that swept up shore in the Florida coast and had to be shut down, only to be found with plastic bags in her stomach. This is not something we look forward to, don't we? In my speech, we see that the Western states have pulled out from the Paris Agreement, and it was done on November 2019, and expect us to reduce the CO2 emissions. Adaptive opponents will argue that the argument needs to be hybridized so that the consequences given to states do not abide by their rules. States in Asia gave unrealistic targets and are now being targeted being questioned for this. Which begs my question, why would you agree to sign and ratify a bill when you won't follow it? On the other hand, some states in Africa and Southwest Asia have massive renewable energy projects. This is what mitigation comes in, and this is what mitigation stands for. We believe that it's better to have a fresh start than have an adaptive measure that will hybridize these new laws, of which they have already failed us. These are examples of positive mitigation strategies that need to be followed throughout the world. If experts like Johan Rockman and Zion Lives, the Extinction Rebellion spokesperson, give suggestions to cars that are eco-friendly, I hope they don't expect us to build these cars out of thin air. After all, they need factories to be created on. There is no point to say that we need to get these solutions in a working paper when these working papers will need probably adjustable measures to be hybridized. We need a new change, and we need change now. This is where mitigation comes in, and this is what mitigation stands for. Thank you. A question to you, my dear opponents. We believe that human activity has been there since 1980, since time immemorial, and has been growing till then. What do you expect the affirmative side to do with regards to adaptive measures in human activity, especially now that there is a growth population and there's nothing we can do about it?
Thank you very much for your question, and I understand where you're coming from. We have assessed the mitigative policies that have been there since time immemorial, and seeing that they have not been as effective, we need to come up with policies that will work for our future. The value at this point is trying to increase the quality of life. And that being the case, if we bring up adaptive policies, we can be able to work with specific regions, work with specificity, in ways that will be able to remedy global climate change. So I believe that the affirmative can work better than mitigative policies because you have been given time to be effective. You have been given time to show us the fruits of your meetings and the organizations and treaties, but nothing has come of it, which I believe is why adaptive policies are the way to go at this specific time. I hope that answers your question. Okay. A question to you, my opponent. You have stated with clarity that countries are leaving these treaties, these mitigative structures. Why then should we have confidence in these policies with that in mind?
Thank you for your question. States are leaving because there are no consequences. There is no policeman as such that will follow them to keep to their word. For example, the US left the Paris Agreement in 2019 and nothing has been done about it. So with mitigation strategies put in place, such as sanctions, they will be able to make sure states follow rule to the latter and make sure that CO2 emissions are controlled. That's the whole point of mitigative strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And who exactly will ensure that every country has ratified and has followed the structures, since countries such as US can easily leave these policies? What about other countries when they decide to leave? Wouldn't it be as easy for them to just walk away from it?
Thank you for your question. The main reason why the Paris Agreement failed in the first place is because it targeted developed states. Mitigative strategies look forward to target states whether they are underdeveloped, developing, or developed. Therefore, with that being said, if a state ratifies, for example, the Paris Agreement, they will be followed through and made sure by the state and by the government, in specific by the people, because we are the ones who are suffering with these emissions, to make sure that the environment we live in is safe for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall now move to the affirmative rebuttal. And I'll start with this. Nicholas Stern, an academic, once said that adaptation is a vital response to the global climate change situation. And Stephen Hawking went further ahead to say that intelligence is the ability to change. Now, both of these people advocate for change. And I want you to think on that as we consider this. If your house roof was leaking or something of the sort, would you go to build a new house, or would you address the leak that's happening in your house? And I believe most of you would fix the leak that's fast happening in your house to avoid further damage. And this is where adaptation and mitigation come into place. Mitigation seems to only focus on aspects of politics and false optimism. And these are things that can't really work with where we're heading. And the opposition has led us to believe that we need to give hope, we need to give a chance to these mitigative policies, that yes, they might work, that countries are implementing these policies. But think on this, countries such as Brazil have a part of these protocols, and they have signed all these agreements, but they have cut the Amazon rainforest, they have burnt the Amazon rainforest for profit. And the effects aren't just felt within the Americas, but the effects are all over the world. We can see that right now. And also, consider this. The Kyoto Protocol was signed by over many countries, but 36 of them were developed. And out of those 36, 17 decided that they will not follow the agreements. They will not follow the policies. So why exactly should we have confidence in mitigative policies if everything that they are about is a lie? Countries such as Canada, they signed this agreement, but they have 14 billion in fines because they still want to use these policies as loopholes to still do what they want to do and contribute to the global climate change situation, but sort of meet the targets and the policies. If they can still do what they want and afford to pay the fines, then why then are the policies in place? Why then should we look at these things? So politics is not the way to go. It's not a reliable thing to hope for with regards to global climate change. And when it comes to optimism, I know we believe that we as humans can come to a point where, yes, we can probably save the world and heal it and stop the emissions. But consider this. Even if tomorrow morning we woke up and miraculously there was zero emissions, we would still experience some level of of climate change. And this is why we need to have structures in place that ensure that even that small amount of climate change we'll experience has been remedied, and we won't be panicking when populations increase, when the economies increase, because we'll have structures in place that will be working towards ensuring that the quality of life at that time has not been affected by the by the change in the global climate. So I push to still further ensure that you guys understand and that the audience understands why adaptive policies are the wiser thing to was a thing to prioritize at this moment. Not to say that we should not have hope, but we should have wisdom in where we're setting our funds to, where we're setting our time to, where we're investing all of these things to. We're not preempting doom. No, we are preparing. We're being well educated. We are creating time. We are ensuring that there are mechanisms in place that make sure that life in future will still be good, and that we won't be waiting for the next shoe to drop for us to still have good lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable audience, for my negative rebuttal on litigation. A committee in the West and in the Paris Accord called the Paris Accord a political stunt by the former president, stating how the latter president couldn't do with the 1997 Kyoto Protocol. In this same state, climate change was called a hoax, a political stunt by the international body to mix politics and get funding for climate change research. Hence the reason why they pulled out in 2019. Take a state in Northern Asia, for example, setting unrealistic targets in the sense that they shall reduce their carbon emissions by 30% when they do nothing about it. This is not what we're looking forward to. Adaptive measures will not control this issue. This is where mitigative strategies come in. It's the same way, if you break your leg, you do not expect a sling will hold it together, wouldn't it? No, you will need to reinforce it and make sure that your leg gets back to normal. Same case with climate change. Adaptive measures will only do 10% about it. What about the 90%? The 90% is a future generation. What are they going to look forward to? As it is, the Earth is getting warmer. By the year 2100, it will be 3.2 degrees warmer. This means that both Western continents will continue to clear their forest without regard of tomorrow, and this will cause sea levels to rise and have higher levels of heat. And also this means that there will be nothing to look forward to. Water will be gone. Food will be gone. And what about the shade we all enjoy now? What will the next generation look forward to? Such a future is not possible. We look forward to having a mitigative strategy that will help curb this issue, which is why I urge you all to vote against adaptive measures and look forward to mitigative strategies that will curb this issue. Clearly, a fresh start is what we need right now. Forget about the Kyoto Protocol and the Montreal Protocol. Forget about the Paris Accord. They have failed simply because states are not listening to what they are not following through with what they have pledged. So based on those failures, a mitigative strategy would be creating sanctions such as economic tariffs that will make sure that states like the US follow through with what they say that they will do. For example, if Russia stated that they shall reduce their carbon emissions by 30% in 1990 and state the same thing now, the world will be able to the world will be able to give consequences that will make sure Russia follows through with it. This means that the people have the opportunity and the right to make sure that they give proper statistics that will help mitigate this issue. Mitigations are the new dawn of climate change action and are the only effective way to control this issue. Thank you. A question to you, my lovely opponent. In as much as adaptive measures are here to hybridize the current protocols and agreements, how sure are we? Is there any guarantee that can give us and assure us that not only will it be there for a short time, it will be there for a long run, and like where mitigation states that they will be there for a lifetime?
Thank you very much for your question. And to that, I'll state this. Mitigative policies are supposed to be a sort of blanket cover, an international policy that works for all countries. But adaptive policies will be engineered to be specific with different regions and engineered to work for those different systems, different nations, different countries. And this makes those policies to be more effective and make those policies to have potential to be long term. Consider this: if I structure, let's say in Kenya, there is drought, and I come up with crops, I come up with mechanisms that will be able to remedy this situation. It will not just work for the now. The next time the same thing happens, we can still employ the same system, which makes that to be a long-term sort of policy. The adaptive policies have potential to be long-term, and they are reliable because they are specific. They are not just blanket covers hoping that that country can that policy can still work in US, it can still work in, let's say, Kenya, it can work in China, it can work in India. They're different countries, and we need to understand what's happening in the different places for us to employ policies that are better suited for those different regions. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, but I would like to reflect to inform the panelists and attendees that adaptive measures target specific, and I repeat, specific countries, whereas mitigative strategies target all states, whether developed, underdeveloped, or developing countries. Mitigative structures target all, and this helps curb the issue on climate change, unlike adaptive measures where they target specific countries. For example, if they target CO2 emitting countries, they will be able to take care of that issue alone and leave aside the other states. Thank you.
As just before I ask the next question, just to support, yes, they are specific, and this is better because we'll not be spending unnecessary funds in places that do not need those funds at that time. So the question that I have for my opponent, what mitigative policies have been put in place that have actually worked?
Mitigative policies that have been put in place have not yet taken root, considering that we are using our facts based on previous statistics. Yes, mitigative strategies might take a while, but they will be based on actual readings and recordings that will be taken now. And this is where the public and the fellow citizens of each state come together. They will be able to record data and hand it over to the government. That way, they will be able to understand what strategy is better for their state, not short term as the way you'd state it, but a long term. Seeing that, for example, in Kenya, there is usually an issue of mudslides in north and arid areas. The government and the community came together to dig up holes in such a way that they will be able to retract this water and use it for food consumption and irrigation. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. Those are all my questions for now. So I shall move to my final focus on the affirmative. And I'll start by asking this: how can we stop something that has already started? And that seems to be the essence of mitigation, to stop global climate change. But we realize it's already started, and we need to find means to address it. And with all that has been said, would you say that you have confidence in mitigative policies? My opposition has so well given us evidence to support this and shown us that the Kyoto Protocol has failed, the Montreal Protocol has failed, the Paris Accords are hanging by a thread, and even conferences such as the UNFCCC, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, is more of a show than an actual thing that's dealing with global climate change. With all of these things, why then should we have confidence that any new policy they will bring will work? Why then should we prioritize those things instead of shifting our focus to things such as adaptive policies, which will aim towards dealing with things such as ecosystem conservation, supporting of developing countries that are handling global climate change or dealing with global climate change and preparing for climate change that's coming in future. I thought the aim is to improve the quality of life. Isn't the aim of all things to heal the world and make it a better place for our future generations? So I urge all of us to focus on adaptive policies at this moment. And the affirmative believes that governments should prioritize these policies right now because we have given mitigative policies enough time since the 1970s when the Kyoto Protocol came into place, and even before then, to show us what they can do. And all these years, what it has shown us is there is a lot of incompetence when it comes to mitigative policies. And with all the studies that have been done thus far, we can now work towards addressing and ensuring that there are adaptive policies in place that will ensure the quality of life as the value of this debate and will ensure that there is still a chance for us to experience quality life in future, even when conditions worsen, even when things begin to shake us up. And thus, I urge all of you to vote for the affirmative and vote for me today as we push towards adaptive policies that have a fighting chance in this global climate change fight. Before I depart, before I leave you, I would love to express my sincerest gratitude to the Global UNITALKS family. I give my sincerest gratitude to Professor Wallace, who is the founder and architect of Global UNITALKS, for creating this platform that we have to discuss such important topics, not just baseless topics. And that's what makes Global UNITALKS to be so unique. I also give my gratitude to Professor Diana, who has helped us perfect our speeches, perfect how we speak, and enabled us to be incredible speakers. I also thank all the judges who have taken their time to be with us today and have ensured that they are here to judge us and are patient with us today. And I also say thank you to the audience and my friends and family who are in the audience. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for ensuring that you have sent in all your kind words. And I have been in this organization for a very long time. And I honestly I can thank God for bringing me here because I've been able to experience so much. I have learned so many things. I have been able to see my skills as a speaker, and I can say that I have grown. I can see substantial growth in who I am, and these are things I will hold on to until probably till I die. So thank you very much to you all, and good luck to all the contestants. Thank you.
For my final focus on mitigation, I shall say this. Mitigation strategies may take some time, yes, but they are the only way and they are the only solution of which will help curb this issue on climate change. Climate change has been here since the 1950s and there's nothing been done about it. Adaptive measures had the opportunity and the platform to control this issue, but they did nothing. They waited for us, the mitigation, to come in and control the whole issue. Yes, the Montreal Protocol was there, the UNCCC was there, and the Paris Accord was also there, and also the Kyoto Protocol was there as well. Yes, there has been positives and negatives, but why deal with the negatives when you can learn from the positives? Take states like India, for example. They have large power plants that have increased their technological advancements, and they do not even rely on the fossil fuels. So why not look forward to that? This is where mitigative strategies come in. They give you ideas and suggestions and better possibilities on how to control an issue before it becomes an epidemic. With regards to issues of the future, we cannot look forward to a tomorrow when our today is in crisis, which begs me to urge you all to vote for me and vote for the mitigative strategies in place. Mitigative strategies will only control this issue once we understand that this is the time to act and it's now to take care of this issue. Adaptive strategies can only go so far. They can only take 10, 20, 30 years. But what about 100, 200, 300 years? What about our children's children? What will they do about it? They'll come back here and start talking about mitigative and adaptive strategies when already there are mitigative policies that could have been working with regards to the issue at hand instead of voting for adaptive measures. Therefore, I urge you all to vote for mitigative strategies because they are the best solutions and they are the best workable solutions in this issue. And before I leave, I'd like to give my vote of thanks to God and to Professor Wallace and Professor Diana for the utmost time that they gave to coach me and the rest of my contestants to perfect our speeches and be great at what we do right now. I won't lie, yesterday I had a meltdown, and if it were not for Professor Wallace and Professor Diana, I wouldn't be able to be speaking right now, and I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for my friends and family who are here to support me in this challenge and competition. And I look forward to perfect my skills and better my skills and teach my friends and classmates to participate in these events because not only do they teach you how to speak, they also teach you how to understand what you're talking about, to be able to present yourself, present your case, and argue it out, and be able to understand the facts and figures that you're talking about. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, dear debater number 2. Yes, yesterday you made us nervous on the rehearsal, but you made up well. Congratulations for this. And I'm very happy to see you here doing good job. Let me invite Professor Quinn, the chairman of the international jury for this debate competition, to give some valuable comments to the students.
Thank you so much, Prof. Wallace, once again, and Group 2 members. That was quite engaging. That was quite engaging, and you glued us to the screen the whole time. I must admit that there's a lot of good research work that you guys have done, and I must commend you for the moderate tempo. At some point, I almost lost you because the energy went so much down. You started off very well, both of you, but at some stage, I kind of felt like the ideas are there, but the energy was diminishing. Towards the end, when you're doing your final focus, you picked them all very well. The eloquence and the confidence in both of you was very commendable. A lot of research you've done, but I kept on wondering the reference between the Asian continent and the US was quite repetitive. Does that mean that other continents are not affected by global warming? And so are these mitigative policies that are yet to be put in place as Group 2B was trying to allege, or the way the adaptive policies are claimed to have failed? So what next? I felt like other continents like Europe, Australia, the Southern Pacific were kind of left out. And I'm not very sure what that meant. But all the same, in terms of the way you were doing the rebuttal, I think you gave it good justice, and you did a very commendable work in terms of responding relevantly to the questions that were raised during the cross-examination. But then towards the end, also the questioning techniques were very good. Bit of uncertainty didn't appear very convincing, but all the facts right. You are supposed to keep fighting even when you think that the opponent is not being factual, so that you win the game. But as Amelia said, I would want to reiterate one of the things that I've known over the years, that public speaking and debating actions are the second most feared after death. And therefore, just in this case, it is virtual. I want you to relax, take your deep breaths, just take it easy, just relax. You're just talking to one another. And there's no do or die case scenario. It is just easy. Your family are supporting you in the background, and you're just here to enjoy the scene. So you don't need to have any tension of any sort. Just relax and avoid any stress of any nature. And where you're losing it, like the points are trying to run away, just recollect yourself, balance out, and take it up again. There's no, as she said, we are not opinionated. We don't have the yes or no. It's not, we are not judging the mitigation or adaptation. It is how you bring forth the ideas. Thank you, Prof. Wallace.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. I will request now Professor Amelia to give her comments to the group number 2. Thank you, Professor Amelia.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Good evening, group 2. Yeah, you guys did very well. Yeah, I also, I just wanted to see a bit more passion. You know, debating is different than giving your speech. It's like, while you both speak really eloquently, I didn't get the passion. Contestant to a affirmative. You started off really well and you explained both parts and you used some logic like in your speech, like and you know, developing that like to your everyday life. But I felt that you just kept telling me what the differences were between adaptation and mitigation. I felt that you didn't defend your position too much. And yeah, I kind of, because you speak so eloquently and I love listening to you, you know that. But as I said, I want to see more passion from you, especially in debating. Your questions to each other were really, really good. Another thing, contestant 2B with the negative, when we are quoting sources and naming cities and countries, we really have to have those pronunciations down, you know, and this is one of my things when I'm judging. Pronunciation and grammar, like they're key to me, but when we're talking about, you know, the Paris Accord and that, and it's US, you just keep saying US. It's either the USA or the US of A. I kind of like it to have it, you know, just correct. That's just something with me. I also thought you kind of lost your train of thought, but you actually got back on track. Again, I was wondering what was going on about Europe. I didn't hear anything like Professor Quinn said. I only heard like about the US, and I feel that, you know, they're actually going to go back into this. So let's wait and see what happens with that. But again, you guys did really well. I'm so proud of you, and you know that we're always here for you. Please don't take any of this like as a personal criticism. This is just a learning curve. This is your first debate. This is our first debate together judging. We're all here to learn from each other, and anything that you can take away from today, even if it's just one thing about putting more passion into your speech, you know, just do that. Contestant 2B, congratulations on stepping up after you had a little bit of a meltdown earlier on today. Congratulations. You did a really great job. I think you defended your position really, really well, in my opinion. So congratulations to both of you. I look forward to seeing you in January, I hope, or February, next time that we have another debate competition or speech competition. But just want to wish you both a very happy new year and all the best.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. Now I will request Professor Dr. Saida, who is our international jury panel since the beginning of Global UNITALK, who has always been support to us. She has been debater herself when she was in her school, college, and university, and now she's been a judge in most of the debate competitions in Southeast Asia. I would like to request Professor Dr. Saida to say a few words to us and give comments to the group number 2. Professor Saida, are you ready?
Hello, Professor Wallace. Thank you for inviting me. Hello, Professor Dana, Miss Amelia, Professor Queen, Mr. Alex. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you. I'm really happy that 2020 is ending. It was a very unprecedented year. So, actually, I haven't heard the whole debate. Professor Queen and Miss Amelia have covered all the things that I was about to say. Just to add something, it was fabulous. In your age, you have researched a lot. You have given so many information, which I didn't even expect from an age from you. But when you were debating, try to understand that the judge want to see how much logical you are. I mean, how much logic can you present on your side? If you're affirmative, I want to know that how much affirmative you are and how much negative you are. So that was a lacking that I have seen in affirmative and negative, but I think that's your very first debate, if I'm not wrong. So as a first debate, you have done great. It's about practice. It's about presentation. You're gonna do great in future. I'm very much many congratulations for all of you for your effort. It was great, and for all the participants, I want to say that be confident, be logical, be brave, and be relaxed. I mean, debate is something that you want to say what is in your mind, what you want to present from your side. Don't be nervous. Nervousness can break your talk and your confidence a lot. So just be relaxed, buckle up, and you're gonna do great. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Saida, for your nice suggestions and comments. All the participants today are all almost first-timer. They have been trained over a short period of time after being shortlisted, and today they are presenting themselves to be our future debaters. So what you see here are all the newcomers, and they're debating most of the time first time. So I'm very happy that they're achieving something here, and they're going to have a long way to go. Thank you so much. And now I will call upon Group 3. Are you ready?
Yes.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I hope you're good and keeping safe. I'm debater number 3, and I'm on the affirmative constructive side on that governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, defines adaptation as any adjustments in natural or human system in response to actual or expected climate change stimuli or their effects which moderate harm or exploits beneficial opportunities. Climate change adaptation helps individuals, communities, and organizations, and even natural systems to deal with consequences of climate change which cannot be avoided. It involves taking practical actions to manage risks from climate impact, protect communities, and strengthen resilience of economy. The proactive measures of adaptation are crop and livelihood diversification, seasonal climate forecasting, amongst others. Adaptation is important for it leads to sustained and increased agricultural production, higher household income, enhanced environmental services, protection of asset base, and less vulnerability to extreme weather effects. By this, you can see adaptation serves two masters at a goal, which makes it even more desirable method. Reducing carbon emission is no longer enough to halt the impacts of climate change. Many countries are realizing it's time to start adapting to the warming world. United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, has assisted over 70 projects on climate change adaptation at global, regional, and national level for over 50 countries. These projects cover over 4 areas, which are ecosystem-based adaptation, knowledge analysis and networking, World Adaptation Science Program, national adaptation plans, which are supporting countries to advance their national adaptation plan process. Thank you.
Going in with a negative constructive, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. International jury, founder of Global UNITALKS, and worldwide audience, my greetings to all. I am debater number 3, and I negate the resolution resolved. Governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change. The central question of this debate is,
What is the better option on how to respond? And the negative stand is to give more attention to dealing with and preventing the man-made actions that are causing the rapid increase in climate change. Climate change is caused naturally, but man-made activities have accelerated the way that climate is changing. Why and how is this? Because of fossil fuels. Our pesticides, fertilizers, building materials, packaging materials, transport, heating, and synthetic fiber are all made out and moved by fossil fuels. And this is emitting so much carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane into the atmosphere to sustain our way of life. All these gases are blocking the sun's heat from leaving the earth, causing enhanced global warming, the biggest aspect of climate change. So how do we respond to these unnatural activities? And how do we combat the accelerated climate change that they're causing? I see mitigation as the better option. Mitigation is defined by the Oxford Language Dictionary as the action of reducing the severity, seriousness, or painfulness of something. So in mitigation, we can immediately prioritize the actions of minimizing the effects on climate caused by the energy, transportation, industry, and waste management sectors that are responsible for global warming. Mitigation is a better investment than adaptation because it is more sustainable and more cost effective. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in a 2014 report states mitigation options are available in every sector. Climate Change Literacy 2014 says it stands to reason we have to reduce our consumption of fossil fuels. This will lessen our impact on the climate. And there are two central methods we can use to accomplish this goal. Demand-side mitigation, where we will change our behaviors and technologies so that we can use less fossil fuel. And the other is supply-side mitigation, where we are exploiting completely new renewable sources of energy to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. This is applicable globally. There's no use to make change in your own country, but your neighbors are the biggest contributors to global warming. Governments can be held accountable more easily, and they will take action. We're cutting down our emissions and not only stopping the change in climate, but we are also improving our health and well-being of our living and non-living things in our environment. Your country is encouraging you to walk and cycle. In Rwanda, East Africa, they have a day where they have to go to work by walking and cycling. How are citizens reducing their carbon footprint? Mitigation is challenging them to learn better waste management for their garbage, to breathe much better because they are using public transport systems. So what is my value today? Responsibility. We need to stop making excuses and learn that we have the opportunity to act now. Vote for me, the negative, because in the case of global climate change, the more we wait, the difficult the solution gets. Let mitigation be our first step. Thank you very much. Going in for the cross-examination. Rita, are you ready?
I think we lost Rita on the internet. Okay, wait a moment. Let me see. Rita, can you hear us? Yeah, she's there.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead,
can.
Rita. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Please open your microphone. Yeah, thank you. Rita, are you there?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Cross-examination, Tashley, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You know that mitigation is a very expensive method. What plans does mitigation have on those developing countries?
So for developing countries, according to the Green Climate Fund, there has been a replenishment of this organization as a barometer to solve this challenge. We have developed countries bringing a substantial amount of money and raising it to help other countries enhance their climate action. Our value is responsibility. So when citizens ask their governments to prioritize mitigation, we're encouraging them to also look at their budget and factor in these funds to help battle climate change. Because their developments can go from 100 to 0 real quickly if they do not address the problems of climate change.
You've talked about the funding towards the developing countries. What is mitigation side doing to ensure that the funding that will give to these countries will really serve to the maximum the purpose of ensuring that mitigation is practiced in those developing countries, but not really the funding just being and ending up in corruption and other things that were not meant for it?
Well, that obviously will depend on the country. Right now, in this critical point in time, we can see how climate change is affecting every single country. And I am very sure that governments will do the right thing. They can see how their developments, how their citizens are being affected by climate. So I'm very sure, and I do believe that they will use these funds correctly to address climate action.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay. So Rita, my question for you, are you ready? Okay. So which in the long run is more expensive to you?
Yes.
Adaptation or mitigation?
I think mitigation.
Why? Isn't adaptation more unsustainable because you're asking governments to keep pumping more money and resources to cure climate change, yet the climate will still continue to change because there are no mitigation policies that are happening?
So in my case, adaptation is not expensive in the long run because, as I've said, adaptation serves two masters as a goal. It deals with climate change problems and at the same time ensure that it leads to a more sustainable economy. So we will be able to sustain the adaptation methods on the long run because we will have the economy as the state, as I've said, it leads, it sustained and increased agricultural production, higher household income, enhanced environmental services, protect asset base, and even less vulnerability to extreme weather events.
Okay, that is all.
Assertive on the rebuttal side. I'd like the opposing side to understand how states work. States are rational actors, meaning they always put their options on a weighing scale and opt for the option which will work more for them and even suit their foreign policy. In this case, most states will opt for adaptation, for it will not only help in solving the climate change issues, but also enhance the state's and also in an hegemonic system, power as much as possible because it's more flexible and it will make the adaptation due to the economic benefits it will bring with it, for it will in turn enable it to fund for adaptation measures in the long run. Thank you.
It's as if the opposition has a very confused meaning of adaptation because she now says that adaptation deals with preventing the problems that are causing climate change. But I thought that the meaning of adaptation is adjusting to actual climate. And she also mentions that states are rational actors. But I ask her, how will people operate without direction? Every individual will be reacting differently. They will be adopting differently. And each of our individual effort counts, add up, combined good for everyone. So why do I believe that adaptation is harder and not as straightforward as the opposition thinks, as opposed to mitigation? Because adaptation, you find, is much more locally specific in the sense that adaptation cannot always be translated easily to other areas because the ability to adapt and the ability to cope differs across regions, across populations, and across sectors. Take, for instance, in mitigation, it's easier to build wind turbines in a European country and use the same technology in Africa than adaptive actions such as setting up irrigation schemes. When that irrigation scheme technology comes to that African country, there are other nitty-gritty factors that come into play. You'll have to look at the water requirements, which highly depends on the climate in that region. You'll have to look at the soil where this crop is being cultivated. You will also have to look at the availability of water in that region as opposed to that European country. Furthermore, adaptation is generally promoted by policies and programs, and in practice, the program hasn't worked very well due to its social, ecological, and economic complexity. But we can see mitigation taking effect, such as in the East African country, Kenya, where they banned the use of single plastic bags, where people are being encouraged and coming up with innovative ideas combined with ambitious action to help solve climate change and even tackling other issues, other environmental challenges and issues while they're at it, such as pollution. Economic theorist Jeremy Rifkin in 2018, in his book, The Third Industrial Revolution, reported that in some European countries, once you pay for the fixed cost of your wind, solar, and solar panel and wind turbine, the marginal cost of producing the energy today, it's zero. The sun isn't sending us a bill. The wind hasn't invoiced them. It's all free. And this is only possible through taking mitigation as our first step. So I urge you, audience, to vote for me. Vote for mitigation. Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the last cross-examination. Rita, are you ready?
Ashley, are you
Rita,
ready? No?
yes,
Okay.
Rita, I suggest you close your camera because your internet bandwidth is not very good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So, in an article in the Guardian newspaper on the summer Australian bushfires, it stated that these summer fires were so vast that they had no chance to extinguish them all, that they will burn for at least another month until heavy rainfall shows. So, this is evidence that there are simply some battles that you cannot win against nature. So, my question to you is, what does adaptation seek to do when adaptive practices are not able to combat the force of nature?
The United Nations 20 projection at global level for other 50 countries. And this project covers many areas, like 4 areas are ecosystem-based adaptation, knowledge analysis and networking, world adaptation science programs, national adaptation plans, which will really help to support countries to advance their national adaptation process. Also, there is also the EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency Climate Change Adaptation Plan, which will really help to provide a roadmap from agency to address this action.
So it seems to me that the less that you vote against mitigation, the more that you have to adapt. So why do you still go for adaptation?
I think we lost
Are you
her.
done? No, I'm on.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Do I repeat my question? So my question is, You say that we should not prioritize mitigation first, but the less that we mitigate, the more that you have to adapt. And you still haven't answered my question. You're giving me examples of what these intergovernmental organizations are doing to help adaptive practices, but you're not answering my question. How will these adaptive practices, what will adaptation seek to do when they're not able to combat the force of nature? So why can't they first mitigate to stop these actions, to stop global climate change from rapidly increasing?
I think adaptation should come first even before mitigation, because mitigation will take a long time before we get to see its results. But adaptation, it's all about adapting. As I'd said, reducing carbon emission is no longer enough to halt the impact of climate change. And many countries are realizing that it's time to start adapting to the already warming world. So we can't rely on mitigation only because we will have to do so many things, like introduce these electrical vehicles, which is very expensive to make and also to fund for such services all over the place. The problem is real, and we need a fast action.
Okay, that is all.
Group 3, are you okay with your internet?
It's real. Really need a fast action. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Battle affirmative. Climate change. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Climate change, affirmative rebuttal. Climate change is real. It's happening. We really need a fast action to counteract this. And the only way is to try and adjust our way of life, or rather our lifestyle, in order to accommodate climate. We have countries which are doing this already. For instance, the Room for River Initiative Netherlands, which is founded on the principle of water safety and quality. It is a government's design plan and improvement on environmental conditions. Adaptation is applicable and states are already opting for it.
Okay, moving into the negative final focus. Mitigation is not only about reducing our carbon emissions. We are answering the question of how can we live a more sustainable way of life? We do need to take responsibility. We are challenging governments. We are challenging citizens to reduce their carbon footprint, to find better methods to utilize the earth more in this industrial way of life that we live. We are in real time climate change. This is no longer a theory. This is no longer looming on the horizon. This is no longer imminent. Climate change is now at the house and in the door. So we need to be justifiably terrified, motivated, and driven to become accountable and begin to transform this planet, because we are responsible for opening that door. So how are we opening that door? What is our immediate response? Mitigation. Vote for mitigation. Vote for me, the negative case, to be our first step. And before I finish, I would like to say my thank you to the international jury, founder of Global UNITALKS, Professor Wallace, our mentors, Professor Diana, Professor Quinn. Thank you for encouraging us and going through those debate rounds with us and telling us where to improve our speeches. I'm very happy that the Global UNITALKS family chose this topic specifically this year to debate against. Climate change is real, we are experiencing, and it's affecting us all, and every individual effort really does count. I'd also like to thank my family and my friends who have come to support me. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Are you in the position to give your final
focus? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to say sorry for the network. I really traveled up country and there's a lot of network problems. Yeah, so just bear with me. Final focus, affirmative. The measure of intelligence is the ability to change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are the first generation to experience or feel the effect of climate change, and the last generation who can do something. And we really need to do it now. We need a method that is practical and one that we can execute. And this method is adaptation, is the most suitable way to, so my dear listeners, to vote for adaptation. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the entire Global UNITALKS community for the great platform that you've offered us to express our different opinions on different things. It is really, really helped. Also, thank Professor and Professor Diana for so many potentials that I didn't know that I had, which is a very, very amazing thing, and all that, to giving me time to also take part in this great content. I've enjoyed every bit of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, group number 3. You guys are having a little problem with the internet, but I think it's fine. Now I will request Professor Quinn to give the comments on this group 3. Thank you so much, Professor Quinn.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace, and thank you so much, Group 3. You've done a very commendable job. That was well done. I noticed there's a lot of issues with the internet. And at some point, I thought it was my side because I'm also at a place where internet could be a challenge, but we have to go on. At least it is not one of the effects of global warming. Okay. Technical each on group 3, part A, participant energy that she had, the research and the illustrations that she used were quite relevant and impacting. I liked the deep thought out question technique that she used, and the rebuttal was equally well done. The counterpart did justice to those questions that were asked. There was a catchy statement that was introduced with the opponent when she talked about the strategies of mitigation and what is being done, even though she stated that there are not many laid out policies yet, but she outlined a whole lot of policies, strategies that have been put in place that ranges from energy efficiency and adaptation to renewable wind power and electrical power, which is meant to be strategies to mitigate. But at the same time, the rebuttal was very strong. So it was very difficult that both of you appeared to be almost at a very good, stable level. Both of you did a very good research, and the illustrations were very good. One of the things that I didn't pick out clearly, and I kept on wondering, is the replenishment fund that you talked about. Who gives the fund and who benefits from the fund? And so that part, I was not very sure if it came out very well. However, if you cited how the fund was initiated at the first place and how it eventually came into play and which of the countries are actually benefiting from the funds, then ideally that would have made more illustrations clear. Having said that, I think the group 3 members, despite the technical issues that affected the first participant on the affirmative, the job was well done, and I must commend that you put in place. Thank you, Prof. Wallace.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. I hope this global warming is not affecting internet. So this was a little a bit disturbing, but yes, this challenge we have to face, and I think so far so good. I will request Professor Amelia to give her comments on this group 3. Thank you so much, Professor Amelia.
Thank you so much. Well done, group 3. Very, very good. Yeah, it was just a shame about the internet. I felt you had a very good argument there and a lot of good points to make. Unfortunately, I think I missed out on a lot of them. But I want to commend the negative just on one particular part. I thought you did ask some great questions. The answers coming from the affirmative side, they were good answers. But what I really liked about your questions to her, you kept going back at her, like saying, you haven't answered this. You quoted me this, but you haven't answered the question. And that's what we call calling out your opponent. And I think you did that extremely, extremely well. So commendations for that. You were very factual. And I just felt like some of your answers were also maybe a little bit long. But having said that, I keep going back to, the fact that you didn't let it go. You were like a dog with a bone. You were not letting her off the hook without getting an answer. And that's what debating is about. So I commend you on that. On the affirmative side, you started off so well. It was such an excellent opening. It was so well researched, very passionate. Again, it's just such a shame about the internet, but from what I heard, you had a really, really good argument, and I really commend you on that. So well done to both of you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. Now I'll request Professor Dr. Saida to give her final comments to this group number 3.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Good afternoon, group number 3. I think I really liked the debate. It was wonderful. It's very hard to believe that it's your first debate. Even I can remember my first debate. I was shivering. I couldn't even talk that what I'm talking. I was not even sure. But you people are so confident, and I'm regretting about the internet that I couldn't enjoy this wonderful debate, but you're going to do great. So Professor Queen and Professor Milley have identified a very interesting points, and I was about to say that you people didn't attack each other. You were trying to understand each other, and you were trying to get out the answers. I really like the gesture. But there is a very little thing that I want to share with you about, that whenever you're debating, try to listen more, and when you are listening more and try to understand the logic of the opposition party. So it will help you more to understand or develop your logic towards your topic. So it was the problem of the internet, but whenever you're debating, try to listen more than talking. It's important for everybody. You did well, you did great, just wonderful. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Saida. These are lucky lot because they have an opportunity to get good suggestions, comments, and learning from eminent judges like you all. Maybe I didn't have that chance when I was a student. So They're lucky lots. I'm sure that they will take this home and do their best to improve upon. Thank you, group number 3. Now I will call upon group number 4. Are you ready? Go ahead.
Yes, sir, we are. Okay, thank you, honorable juries. I'm from group number 4, and I would like to present my affirmative constructive on the resolution. Governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change. Periodic modification of Earth's climate brought about as a result of changes in the atmosphere, as well as interactions between the atmosphere and various other geologic, chemical, biological, and geographic factors within the Earth system. Climate change and its risk would fall into 2 broad categories. Responses that seek to reduce the risk of future change in the physical climate system by reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases, which is mitigation, and responses that seek to adapt to adverse impacts that are already occurring or that prospectively reduce the risk of future impacts, which is adaptation. Both responses are necessary because of the political, economic, and technical difficulties of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions sufficiently to avoid further impacts. Because the inherent inertia in the climate system means there is a multi-decade gap and delay between reducing emissions and observing a moderation of climate change, and because the risks from climate change are already presenting themselves across the nation and the world. That is to say, we are experiencing impacts already and will continue to experience them at an accelerating rate. An adaptation strategy aims to increase society's resilience to climate change. It is a framework for managing future climate risk, prioritizing and coordinating action. It offers the potential of reducing future economic, environmental, and social costs. Adaptation to global climate change needs to be recognized as more important than mitigation or just cutting back of greenhouse gases humans pump into the Earth's atmosphere. The science policy experts, writing in the February 8, 2007 issue of Nature, say adapting to the changing climate by building resilient societies and fostering sustainable development would go further in securing a future for humans on a warming planet than just cutting gas emissions. Climate change thus provides both an obligation and an opportunity to reconfigure development strategies so that they meet the needs of the present generation without compromising future generations' abilities to meet their needs. Accordingly, adaptation strategies should be evaluated by the following 4 principles. Number 1, scale. Match responses to the growing number of people in danger. Number 2, speed. Waste no time because climate change is happening faster than predicted. Number 3, focus. Manage risk, build the resilience of the world's poorest citizens, and enhance the ecosystem functions they depend on. And finally, number 4, integration. Recognize the relationships among environment, development, and climate change, and manage synergies and trade-offs between mitigation and adaptation. Let's be clear. Adaptation is about building resilience and reducing vulnerability. Adaptation is not simply a matter of designing projects or putting together lists of measures to reduce the impacts of climate change. National policy responses should be anticipatory, not reactive, and should be anchored in our country's framework for economic growth and sustainable development and integrated with its poverty reduction strategies. This way, necessary short-term actions and long-term planning can both be accommodated. Thanks for listening. That's all from my side, and I would like all of you to vote for adaptation strategy and for me. Thank you.
So thank you. Now it's my turn. There is a very famous quote: a single death is a tragedy and a million death is a statistic. Thanks for giving me the floor and greetings to the honorable juries. So today's motion is government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat with climate change. I'll talk against the motion. So as we know that the great losses for climate change has become both tragic and statistics. According to the World Health Organization, 1.5 lakh deaths in each year. Can you imagine? Yes, if it continues like that, then soon the whole world will be silent forever. The experts has confirmed that this number will increase day by day. So it is high time we took the steps. There is 2 possible solutions. Number 1, mitigation, and number 2, adaptation. So the word mitigation means the action of reducing badness. In terms of global climate change, mitigation means to reduce climate change involving reducing the heat-trapping greenhouse gases. On the other hand, adaptation means anticipating the adverse effects of climate change to minimize the damage. Now, in adaptation, we are accepting that climate will change. We can't mitigate it. We have to go with the flow. But why we are accepting that we can't mitigate it? We have to go with the flow. Mitigation is very much possible and appropriate. Here are some strategies that how we can mitigate global climate change. So number one, improving energy efficiency and opting for renewable energy sources over fossil fuels. Fossil fuels emits too much greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, and they are from non-renewable energy sources. The storage of non-renewable energy sources are limited and they are not going to help us over a long period of time. While renewable energy sources like solar panels are long-lasting and eco-friendly too. Number two, too much usage of heat power consuming vehicles is one of the biggest reasons behind increasing greenhouse gases. According to EPA research community, vehicles emits about 4.6 metric ton carbon dioxide per year. The International Agency for Energy, IEA, shows that total 21% carbon emissions comes from this transport. So promoting public transport and sustainable mobility by increasing number of green vehicles and trying to avoid more trips by taxi, cars as much as possible in a short distance can do the trick for us. Number three, ecological industry management should be promoted like agriculture, fishing, farming, food sustainability. There are some side benefit too, like prevention of soil erosion, carbon sequestration in form of humus, and increasing biodiversity. Number four, reuse and recycle management system can be an effective way. Also, it can assure the utilization of products. Recycling can give the opportunity to reduce the amount of wastages, which are also carbon emitting catalysts. So these are the key strategies that can make our mitigation challenge comes true. Thanks. That's all for me. Now we're moving towards the cross examination. I would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
Hello.
Go on. Yes.
Okay. So how can we adapt at high temperature? We know that our body goes unstable after 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, right? So how can we adapt with this high increasing temperature?
Okay, thank you so much, my dear opposition, for your question. I would like to discuss this in this way. In discussing this issue, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, provides a definition of adaptation as the process of adjustment to actual or expected climate and its effects. It is noteworthy that many of the fastest growing areas of the world are located in the hot climates where extreme heat events are commonplace, clearly illustrating the power of human adaptation to cope with regularly occurring periods of extreme heat. By 2100, researchers point out the mid-range estimates predict a rise of 3 degrees Celsius to 4 degrees Celsius in average global temperatures based on current economic activities from a research based on 2010 climate report. So in the worst case scenario, it will take 90 years to see a rise of 3 degrees Celsius, and overall it will take 780 years minimum to rise the temperature to 40 degrees. According to the thermodynamics, entropy is inevitable and it is taking place for sure. All our concern is to design an intermediate solution first through adaptation before we see the result of mitigation after a long time. Thank you so much. Now I would like to question you on the basis of your speech. So my question is, what do you think about the post-reaction of public after you ban personal investment in devices, high carbon lifestyles like automobiles and other things? Isn't it conflicting that your government trying to change their personal lifestyle and investment where they don't even know how long it will take to see a positive result for which they are sacrificing? Thank you.
Okay, good question. Look, I'm not telling to put a ban to all the automobile transports. Okay. Our idea is to reduce greenhouse gases as much as we can, as much as possible. Suppose I put a ban to all the transport. Now one day I become very sick. I have to go to the hospital immediately. Now, if I use a bicycle, then probably I may die. But if I could use a car, in that case, to save the time, yes, from this point of view, I'm telling that we should use the transports when we need it badly. Otherwise, we should not use it for the luxury or showing off. Okay, now coming to the second part of your question, to get something, you have to sacrifice something. Okay, so I'm not telling you to sacrifice your life. I'm telling you to sacrifice your habits to save your life. Okay, so if government can assure you that you are going to stay long, so I think we should go with government. I think I have answered your question.
Thank you so much, my dear opposition. Now moving on to the affirmative rebuttal. Climate change adaptation helps individuals, communities, organizations, and natural systems to deal with those consequences of climate change that cannot be avoided. This way, necessary short-term actions and long-term planning can both be accommodated. It involves taking practical actions to manage risks from climate impacts, protect communities, and strengthen the resilience of the economy. Now coming to my opponent's points, I assume we have successfully designed the whole system to mitigate. Here I am ignoring all the clash issues. In fact, even if we are able to limit global warming to the Paris Climate Agreement goal of 2 degrees Celsius, areas such as the Amazon and the Galapagos could still lose 1/4 of their species, said researchers who studied the effects of climate change on 80,000 plants and animals in 35 areas. We must invest in massive effort to adapt to higher temperatures, rising seas, fiercer storms, more unpredictable rainfall, and more oceans. Thankfully, there are many bright spots where adaptation efforts have already begun. The report, Adapt Now, a global call for leadership on climate resilience, estimates that investing $1.8 trillion globally in 5 areas from 2020 to 2030 could generate $7.1 million in total benefits, net benefits. Kyoto Protocol was ratified by 192 states to reduce CFC and GHG emission. Even though the 36 developed countries reduced their emissions, the global emissions increased by 32% from 1990 to 2010. Severe climate impacts are devastating food production worldwide in 2019. Vast regions of North and South America, Asia, and Africa are becoming too hot for growing grains. The soil in lowland coastal regions of Asian subcontinents is getting saltier as rising seas contaminate groundwater, threatening rice production. In this situation, if we just rely on the simple mitigation strategies that my opposition mentioned, it seems a long time to finally get any positive outcome, not fully, even partially. By then, we will be devastated because we have done or implemented nothing. It pointed to a 2018 report from the World Health Organization, which predicted that between 2030 and 2050, global warming would cause an additional 250,000 deaths per year. And for this, I will completely oppose the proposal of prioritizing mitigation over adaptation because we don't see any reliable source to assure when and how the change will take place. So I would like all of you to vote for prioritizing adaptation over mitigation and vote for me because adaptation will be the best possible approach we can possibly take. Thank you, honorable jurists, once again.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks for giving me the second chance. Climate change has a great impact on many aspects of our life. Increased heat, drought, and insect outbreaks, all linked to the climate change, have increased wildfire, declining water supplies, reduced agricultural yields, health impacts in cities due to heat and flooding, and erosion in coastal areas are the additional concerns. Wildlife and lives underwater are becoming the victims of death. Now, my opposition has told to emphasize on designing new infrastructure. I'm not denying the fact that designing infrastructure is a good initiative, but we have to think deeply. Look, we have to design various kinds of infrastructure, as same design will not be suitable for all the places because there is a diversity in all geographical lands. So more and more design is needed, and more and more money is needed to provide the design. Okay, now the developing countries are the poorest sufferers of climate change. There comes the question that how they can afford this kind of costly project. Now, the strategy of diverse cultivation system also needs money. Not only money, but also research. These research facilities are not available at the same time in all parts of the world. If we think that a certain researcher group should take the responsibility, then also we are wrong because it requires more time. If there were involvement of all people, then probably it could take less amount of time. According to a report of World Bank, approximately 22.5 million people move onset weather events like flood, forest fires after droughts and storms. I'd like to ask you a question, my opposition, that Are people ready to adapt in a true sense? Even if I accept that they are ready for the adaptation, then why the migration all over the world is taking place so quickly? People really trusted the new infrastructure system. Do you believe it? Then they would stay there. But in reality, they are not doing this. Now, all of us have not the same adaptation efficiency. And we know that adaptation is a lengthy process. So many of us will not be able to adapt with upcoming situations. My opposition did not make her statement clear and did not show any module that how all of us physically and mentally adapt themselves quickly. My opposition told that if mitigation will take place, then still there will be some chances to greenhouse gases to stay. So for this, we can have the solutions. Okay, waste management system should be given priority. Industries should not be built in riverside and try to keep them away, long away from public society. These carbon dioxide markets should be brought under taxing. So after the end of the rebuttal round, I would like to tell again the audience to vote me, not to vote me, but to support my idea. Thanks.
Okay, thank
you. Now I'm going to ask you a question again. Are you ready?
Yes, go on.
Okay. So, infrastructure and diverse cultivation, all of them needs powerful economy, right? Yes. So don't you think that adaptation is a costly project?
Okay, thank you, my dear opposition, for your question. Now, I would like to start my answer with an example. ADRIFI program gives African countries access to market-based solutions for transferring some of their climate risks and to benefit from a payout in the event of a disaster. This support complements the capacity building support that Africa Risk Capacity ARC insurance provides to African countries to help them better understand their disaster risk and establish the appropriate financing mechanism for each layer of risk. This will prepare African countries to best address climate disaster events when they occur. Community involvement, financing nature-based solution will be a way of approach, or can be. Even if we prioritize mitigation strategy, total global cost will be $200 to $350 billion per year by 2030, which is definitely not a friendly solution for any state or country. Also, no fast outcome even. So my dear opposition, isn't it better to invest in adaptation? At least species can survive till the mitigation takes place. I think you have got your answer. Okay.
I've got your answer.
Now I would like to question you. Second question. My second question will be, how successful is international climate cooperation in reducing emissions? I think you know that Paris Agreement was proposed to the nations who are currently the most responsible because their country has a maximum share in global greenhouse gas emission. They were asked to compensate for the developing countries, but still there's no change. How will you define this? Thank you.
Okay. Good question again. Okay, I must thank you for the question. Actually, if we think deeply, then we'll understand the whole thing. Okay. I accept that the responsible countries have denied to give the compensation to the sufferer countries. But the sufferer countries are most of the developing countries. International Climate Change Corporation has worked a lot for these countries, for these developing countries, by providing them guidelines, instructions, and in some cases, money also. So now, this corporation is mainly run by those giant countries who have denied for compensation. They invest the maximum amount of money to keep this corporation active. So if we look carefully, then the giants are helping the sufferer countries in an indirect way or unofficial way. The giants are not giving compensation. That's fine, I accept. But they are giving shelters to the migrated people of developing countries caused by climate change. But I agree with you that the corporation should be more active. Okay. So I think I have given you the answer.
Thank you so much. That answer was really nice. Now moving on to my affirmative final focus. Sorry. Importantly and sadly, climate change will have significant impacts on the development, poverty alleviation, and the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, in those countries most vulnerable. Hard-fought progress made in achieving these global goals may be slowed or even reversed by climate change as new threats emerge to water and food security, agricultural production, nutrition, and public health. Countries and regions that fail to adapt will contribute to global insecurity through the spread of disease, conflicts over resources, and the destabilization of the economic system. Here, some examples can be shown. Mexico has identified and designated water reserves in more than 1/3 of its river basins, covering nearly 50 million hectares, a mix of protected areas and wetlands. These reserves can help maintain adequate downstream flows and protect the water supply for 45 million people in a changing climate. The Thames Barrier, Room for River in the Netherlands, building resilient homes in the Philippines, using data to prevent bushfires in Australia. These are some of the successful projects to adapt with the global climate change. This kind of initiatives will surely give us a better scenario. And most of that adaptation doesn't give people the pressure to have a change in their used to lifestyle drastically. It also opens a new door for incorporating more people in the economy. I want you give emphasis on one thing. Sorry. Yes, we want our unhealthy climate to be changed, but not at the cost of anyone's sacrifice or totally ignoring how one is going to lead his life. All we need is a collective strategy by providing a friendly ground for all regions and classes and keep upgrading with the changes recorded with time. Mitigation will provide you a system anew, not a consistency. With this, I would like all of you to vote for me, to vote for adaptation. And with this, I would like to conclude my final focus. Now, I would like to thank wholeheartedly the amazing and talented team of Global UNITALKS, Professor Wallace, the founder and architect of Global UNITALKS, Professor Diana, for guiding us and keep assisting us continuously. And I really think that there has a lot of change in me when I first joined the Global UNITALKS platform with the November event till now. And I think this can be one of the best platforms where students can really explore their talents and represent themselves in a proper way, and they can share their views and thoughts and cultural diversities. And I think this is an amazing platform for any youth to start with. And with this, I would like to wish Global UNITALKS all the best, and thanks for listening again.
Okay, thank you. So I'll talk for the last time. We have two possible solutions, mitigation and adaptation. My opposition has told many things in favor of adaptation. She told that adaptation is the right process. In terms of climate change, mitigation means to reduce climate change involving reducing the heat trapping greenhouse gases. So from the definition, we came to know that mitigation includes solution, and in my previous speeches, I have showed them. Now, according to the law of thermodynamics, we know that when the heat, we know that all the heat in the universe will be same. And to keep this thermodynamics equation balanced, the present temperature of our climate has to increase. So one day we have to face the destruction. Okay, our main goal is to survive for long time. Adaptation is good, but mitigation is better and efficient for the long survival. In adaptation, we are letting that greenhouse gas will increase, temperature will change, but this rising of temperature is helping to balance heat all over the universe and bringing the day of this destruction more quickly, while mitigation is slowing this incident down, reducing the heat trapping greenhouse gases. If we survive, then the other creatures will survive because they are not taking steps. We are taking the steps. They have no idea about climate change. We have the idea about climate change. So in this time, they depend on us. Their adaptation efficiency is not like us. Okay, but in mitigation, we are both getting benefited. Our economy is also getting affected by this climate change. The unexpected rising in temperature is also harmful for some crops to grow. Mitigation offers the potential of reducing the future economy and social cost. Some areas are becoming imperfect for living, and it causes unexpected migration of people. Actually, all the people are not ready to adapt. We're telling about adaptation, but adaptation needs the involvement of all human. We can't mitigate with individual powers. This incident of migration is indicating us the drawback of adaptation process. So at the end, I will ask the audience to vote me again, not to vote me, but to support mitigation over adaptation. Thank you. That's all from me now.
Thank you so much.
So now I'd like to share my experience with Global UniTalks. So at first, I would like to thank Professor Diana for her consistent help. And after that, I would like to thank Professor Wallace for creating such a beautiful global platform. And thanks in advance to the audience and the international juries for the true evaluation of mine and my speech. Actually, I was a very shy guy and I never thought that I will perform in such a big platform like Global UniTalks. But now my dream comes true. I don't want to believe that this beautiful journey has come to an end, but the reality is I have to believe. So at the end of the day, I want to wish best of luck to the whole Global UniTalks team, and lots of love from me and from my countrymen. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, group number 4. You have done very good. Now I will request the chairman of the jury committee for this debate, Professor Quinn, to give her comments.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace. I could listen to this group forever. You know, they have a lot of energy, especially the affirmative, you know. It is true that this is the platform to look out for, preparing you for the best leader that you can be as a youth, but also it is not an end to anything. It's a beginning for better things to come in 2021, as you'll be told by the president, Global UNITALKS. So it is an end to 2020 activities, but a beginning and preparations for you to enjoy the vacation and holidays as we approach 2021. So having said that, I must commend you both for the good job that you've done. Energy. You started off with a lot of vigor and momentum. You kept it all through. That was quite amazing. You had the step-by-step intro to your ideas, and that kept us going. Although at some point, you know, you were unable to actually develop your constructions depending on the research and resources that are available. You did quote a lot of, countries, but in a passing statement. And so in the future, I think one of the things that we are looking out for is to make sure that we cite sources that are actually valid, and those valid sources. And of course, when we talk about the references on 2,000 persons dying per year because of the global climate change, then who quotes that? Who said that they would die? It is possible that it's been written, but what is the ideal source? Where did you get that information from? So apart from that, that was quite engaging. More illustration needed to be done, but overall, the opponent said that you can die from riding a bicycle, and that was a very interesting one, that if you ride a bicycle for so you can probably die as a form of opening to other colleagues and just say that you've done a good job. And I think that most of the strategies you've been. Did you lose me? Gosh.
No, it's fine, Professor. Go ahead.
Did you lose me?
Yeah, little interruption, but you can go ahead.
I actually finished, Prof. Wallace. I think it is the global climate change affecting the internet in Africa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Quinn. Appreciate. I will request now Professor Dr. Saida to give her comment to this group number 4.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Thanks a lot. It was really good. It's awesome. I just enjoyed listening to them. I mean, I can listen to them all the time. I just want to suggest to you people to stand for election someday in future. You're gonna be great speakers. So I really like the passion that you have shown. You have a great voice for debate. I like the way you emphasize the words that you want to give more emphasis on. So overall, if it's your first debate, it's just wonderful. It's really good. I like the logic. I love the way you put your questions and you answered. But of course, there are always rooms for development. So I'm gonna talk very few words on your what could be done in future. So it's Sifat and Farshia, right? So I'm gonna talk about differentiately, and it's about Sifat. I would say that for both of you, you need to be more cautious on your pronunciation and grammatical when you're making a sentence. How should you be more I mean, give more emphasis on the grammar when in future. And also, I would say that it's not about debate that how much information you're putting on, but how you are putting on those information. It's not like you have to put so many information in one speech. You have to put it sequentially and very systematically. It's very important. And I like the way group 4 b maybe first year you received the question. You received the question from your opponent in a very humble way. It's really a good gesture. I really like it. And you know, the best part of your debate was that you made us confused about our opinion. I mean, in some point we were trying to be at the affirmative side, and some part we were in the negative side, and at the end we were really confused whom are the best. So that's the beauty of a debate, and that's the most wonderful part a debater can do. That's the most influential a debater can be by this thing. So thanks a lot. I really like it.
Thank you, ma'am. This means a lot.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Saida, for your lovely comments. I wanted to tell you, we should really thank Professor Diana, the Vice President Academics of Global UNITALKS, who worked day and night training these people, sitting for hours, sometimes 6 hours, including me. I sat several times for 6 hours training these people. I was very strict with them, and Professor Diana was in teaching mode, and Professor Quinn was on the guiding, mentoring, and commenting mode. So I think all our hard work brought result, and I'm very happy and satisfied, as you said. Thank you, Professor Diana, for all your efforts to teach and train these debaters. So I would like to know your comments on this group number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wallace. Hello, everyone, and group 4. Okay, Professor Quinn actually took away something what I wanted to say. The bicycle example, which I have been enjoying since Sifat started with, that if you go on a bicycle to the hospital, you're going to die. Okay, that's something very interesting, you know, when you're debating and when you're in a very debating mood, that makes it something very light to enjoy the debate. Coming to you guys, Farsia, you had too many figures and details. That is what Professor Saida was also saying, that too much of information was also put. So it's really hard to understand and to navigate and to process. That is one thing, but it was great on your part, the tempo, the energy, the way you throw the questions, you were calling on upon your opponents to answer. Okay, you didn't answer me this. This is what it is in your cross-examination and rebuttal rounds. So I really liked the way and you think you had a system for your plan. For where is Sifat? Are you gone?
No,
I
he's
hope you're
here.
not.
No,
I hope
ma'am,
you're
I'm
not
here.
going on your bicycle. You're not on your
No, ma'am, I'm
bicycle,
here.
right? Okay.
I'm here, ma'am.
Okay. So the one thing important is also very important here, that whenever you're taking any side, whether it's affirmative, negative, make sure that you don't change them. Okay, this is also possible. Okay, that is also possible. No, you be on your side and take your stand very clearly. Sifat had, both of you had, because For me, I'm a person where I like more of examples to understand. So for me, it becomes more easy as a jury member to take the examples. And there were a lot of examples from Sifat and you also. The more of kind I like his quote, and then the bicycle example, and then also reduce and recycle statement, when that is very important, what I felt. Overall, you guys have done excellent because you really worked hard in the limited time, because I'm the person, I know how much time you guys already, all of you had. You really had short time, and in this short time, you prepared well. So all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you, Professor Dana, for your comments and your suggestions, and thank you for whatever you did to teach this young youth of the Silk Road countries. Now let me call upon group number 4. Are you ready? Sorry, group number 5. Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Yes, group number 5, we are ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, founders of Global UNITALKS, Professor Wallace and Professor Diana, the international jury, the guest of honor, the world audience, and all the individuals who are watching. I'm from Group 5, and I'll be talking about the topic resolve. Government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation, and I'll be affirming. So first things we need to understand about this specific topic is that it requires a comparative. That's to say, if we are team government, we need to compare why we think that adaptation is much more better compared to mitigation. And this vice versa applies to the team negators. But the second thing we need to understand is that this debate is basically about questioning the two things, adaptation and mitigation. So first things first, on the nature of adaptation. Adaptation basically has three key things or three key features. The first thing is that it requires rhetoric for it to be proliferated to audiences or individuals who are existing. That's to say, it does not require any existence of funding for that adaptive measure to actually proceed. But the second thing is that it exists in three levels. That's to say, firstly, it exists on a governmental level in terms of government guaranteeing that the adaptive processes it is proliferating to individuals in society is actually existing. But the second level is that it exists at a societal level where citizens or individuals in different societies or within different cultures literally participate in adaptive measures that guarantee that they curtail the existence of a problem of global climate change. And the third thing is at an individual basis, where all individuals who are existing within the confines of a specific community literally participate in rhetorics or literally participate as a personal initiative to guarantee that they curtail their capacity of literally curtailing the problem of global climate change. But on the second thing, on the nature of mitigation, the first thing you need to understand the nature of mitigation is that it is premised on the reduction of the severity of the existence of global climate change. That's to say, it does not exactly curtail the existence of global climate change, but it only reduces this. The second thing is that it requires funding to change the cost of production. That literally means that a producer or a business individual has to change from one cost of production that has been harmful to another that is less harmful. That means they have to require some form of expertise, but also it requires some form of layoff of individuals. And the third and final thing on mitigation is that it is directly discriminatory since it involves only the individuals who are emitters of the pollutants. That's to say, if it is a business individual in a specific community, then that person is the one who literally is being compromised. We think that at the point where something that literally provides for combatement of global climate change is discriminatory, then it's already problematic. So why then do we prefer adaptation or prioritize adaptation over mitigation? Two key things you're going to get from my speech. Firstly, why adaptation is more workable and implementable compared to mitigation. And the second thing, how adaptation is more progressive. On the first thing, why do we say adaptation is more workable and implementable? For anything to solve the problem of global climate change, there is necessity for it to align with the groups of people that exist in that specific community. That's to say, if it is a developing country, there is necessity for that measure to align with those individuals. We think adaptation aligns with all individuals despite the kind of society that they are in. Why? Because literally it means that firstly, it provides for the sustainability of that adaptive measure in terms of combatement of global climate change due to it being convenient for those individuals. That means for a developing country like Uganda or Kenya, the mere fact that they can adopt to the existence of global climate change, then it means that those individuals will live much more harmoniously, but also will be able to curtail the existence of global climate change. The second thing is that there are minimal costs or no costs involved in adaptation. At the point where there are minimal costs involved in adaptation, we think then that is much more beneficial. Why? Because it is easy for developing countries to also be brought on board. We need to understand that for any combatment of a global problem, there is necessity for a unified cause. We think that adaptation provides for that unified cause in terms of all individuals being involved without compromising any other. But on the second thing I told you about how adaptation is more progressive, to handle global crises, there is a necessity for persistence. You only get that persistence through adaptation. That's to say, it moves from one specific lineage to another. That means it requires no expertise for adaptation to be implemented. At the point where it requires no expertise, we think that is much more beneficial for individuals because it then guarantees the inclusivity that is necessary for that specific area. But the second thing is that it literally, it is easily establishable to the next generation. And the mere fact that it is easily establishable to the next generation, that's very beneficial. The last thing to say in terms of my affirmative constructive is that the consensus we have with team negative is that technology exists on both sides, but the difference is that our technology is not one that literally is premised on the capacity of increasing more technological output, but rather using the ones that are available to literally combat global climate change compared to the other side that requires more technology. We are proud to affirm.
Jury, the fundamental reason as to why I already win this debate, and before I give my substantives, is basically one, because the other teams and my affirmative case has basically not tackled the other stakeholder that is very, very important in this debate. The only stakeholder we have given consideration in this debate is government. But remember, for this kind of narrative to proceed, for this kind of narrative to be very beneficial to us all, we need to have governments and citizens actually coming on board. So the very reason I win this debate is because I'm going to give you a deeper analysis on why both citizens and governments will actually be played best when we go for mitigation, but also recognize the fact that by the time I give you my final speech, you must have received 5 levels of analysis from me. You receive an analysis on sustainability, you will also receive an analysis on progressivity, but also you will receive an analysis on the effectiveness, and my fourth analysis will be on the inclusion of society and citizens and governments at large, but also my fifth analysis will be on the aspect of impact. Recognize the fact that we do agree with the definitions of global climate change that we have got from Team Affirmative. We have a consensus on that, but we also have a consensus on what adaptation is and mitigation. But we have some more additional matter to bring to this debate. And that additional matter is that first, they recognize that adaptation has to do with actually changing our modes of life to suit the new problem and be able to survive in the new problem. Whereas mitigation has to do with us actually finding what is the cause of this and finding ways we can reduce on the possible causes of this global warming. So the literally mitigation has to do with actually providing relief to the situation. But recognize the fact, why is adaptation very, very problematic in this sense? The idea that Team Affirmative disagrees that adaptation is expensive, disagrees that adaptation does not require expertise, and yet we agree that even Team Affirmative has not given us some examples of what adaptation means and what mitigation is. But I'll take this privilege to give you those examples of those kind of measures which actually fall between adaptation and mitigation. If we have to go for, if
I think we lost group number 7. Karim, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? As my microphone was muted.
Okay, go ahead. If you have internet issue, group number 7 will take over to you. Okay, so go ahead.
I think my microphone was muted. I don't know how it happened.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Should I continue from where I stopped?
Yes, please.
Right. The fundament, I was saying that if we had to go for adaptation, then we need to take up measures, things like financing of the nature-based solutions in Canada, but also building resilient homes in Philippines, looking at the room for the river in Netherlands, and also looking at using data to prevent bushfires in Australia, as well as the Thames barrier. So these are some of the examples of adaptation. And in my second speech, I'll be giving you analysis to show you that why all these things, all these forms of adaptation, which have obviously occurred in these different countries, entirety of the continent and the globe, that these kinds of adaptation measures cannot actually proceed, one, without money and resources, but also secondly, they cannot proceed without that expertise, but also thirdly, there are also other chances of maladaptation, but also other chances of distorting the ecology and also creating more severe harms when we go for adaptation. And this will be in my second speech. So as I conclude this speech, what we ought to recognize is that mitigation plays in the best interest of both the citizens and the government. And why it plays in the best interest? Because it has mutually exclusive benefits that we get from mutual exclusive benefits that we get from mitigation. And this will be elaborated more in my second speech. Thank you.
Okay, so it's cross-examination. Hilary, so you talk about progressivity. Your analysis to progressivity is that adaptation does not provide for the progressivity that is required in the combatement of global climate change. Don't you think that progressivity should be premised on the capacity of any measure that is combating global climate change to align with the next lineage, which adaptation literally provides? But secondly, mitigation as a remedy to the problem of global climate change is not workable in some incidences because of it directly being discriminatory in terms of targeting only the emitters, but not all the stakeholders who are involved. Engage with those two questions.
Okay, firstly, the first question of saying that mitigation is not progressive because there's no transition from one generation to another. But one thing we ought to realize, and jury should take note of this, that we can only have something being progressive if it's only sustainable. So sustainable is very synonymous with progressivity. So unless something is sustainable, and I've showed you that that adaptation is not sustainable because firstly, it is expensive, but also secondly, there are chances of maladaptation and other dangerous harms that we shall get when we go for adaptation, which I'll elaborate more in my second speech. But also thirdly, it requires technical expertise by giving you the examples which we have seen in those countries, in Canada, in Philippines, in Netherlands, in Australia, and the Sahel region of Africa, of which I gave you this analysis in my first speech. But also, on the other second question, what realize that the kind of impacts that we get from the kind of impacts that we get from adaptation are things that are actually going to have more harm. But we tell you that from mitigation, we're actually going to get a more positive impacts, and those exclusive benefits. See, not the idea of exclusive benefits. This means that these benefits can only be achieved under mitigation and cannot be got anywhere in adaptation. And I'll be giving you some of these more benefits in my second speech, but also recognize that I will be branding adaptation as a public good. I'll be branding adaptation as a private good, and I'll be branding mitigation as a public good. So these are the three levels of analysis you should watch for in my second speech. I hope I've answered your question. And here is my question. What statistic are you bringing on table to the jury to prove to us that adaptation is cheaper than mitigation? Because the statistic I'll bring on table is that we have spent over $10 billion, and it's according to a research by the University of Venice and Milan, which was published last year. It shows that we have spent over $10 billion in adapting, and that is between 2005 and 2020. So give me a statistic which can actually show that adaptation is cheaper, because I tell you adaptation is very expensive by giving you that statistic. But also the other second question is that show us how exactly how the technology which you're talking about does not require expertise, because you deny that adaptation does not require expertise, but I show you that adaptation requires technology. So how can we have technology without expertise? So burdens to prove in this debate.
Okay, so to respond to both of your questions. So the first question where you talk about you need statistics to guarantee that I win over the comparative. So the first thing, you need to understand that the reason why things like the Paris Climate Accord that were initiated in 2015 literally have not been effective is because of the inclusiveness of funding. That's to say, every member country as a developed country has to provide $100 billion US. That's why you see that even the USA as it is existing literally withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord. That shows you that at the point where there is an initiative for funding or there is a necessity for funding from a person who is supposed to help in terms of mitigation, then those people risk losing them out. But also, if you're to look at the Kyoto Protocol, even with the kind of funding that it had, it has not registered any emission. I know you might say that there is a reduction in the emission in 2020. The reduction in the emission in 2020 is not because of those initiatives like the Kyoto Protocol or the Paris Climate Accord, but rather it is because of the COVID-19 crisis that literally has made countries to go to lockdown, but also businesses to shut down. That means at the point where those incidences are not existing, it is the only reason as to why the emissions are low. It is not a credit to the mitigation process. But the second thing, when you talk about the necessity of expertise, that there is more expertise on our side, we think that is actually fallacious, because things like evacuation of individuals from an area that is having a global climate change like flooding or like landslides, it does not require any expertise, but rather it requires a rhetoric that can be done by the three levels I've told you. That's to say, in terms of the government, in terms of the society, or even in terms of the individual basis. That means at the point where it provides no necessity of expertise, but rather an initiative to guarantee that you provide the rhetorics required for individuals to understand why they should literally adopt to specific existing global climate change structures, then that shows you that we ought to win on that specific clash. I hope that answers your two questions. So moving on to affirmative rebuttal. So panel, the only thing that you get from team negative are three things. The first thing is on progressivity, where they think that it is more progressive under their side. And the second thing is on where that our side requires more expertise compared to their side. And the third thing is on the impacts that they literally try to analyze. On the first thing of progressivity, but we need to understand that for progressivity to count as an argument, it literally has to align with the next lineage that is existing. What you need to understand, the reason why the Kyoto Protocol, even with 3 decades of existence, has not registered any effective measures or any effective curtailment of the emission strategies is because it has not been progressive to the next lineage. That's to say that the people who existed in the 1900s and those who are existing in the 2000s have literally failed to adopt to the kind of notions that the Kyoto Protocol is trying to advance. At the point where that exists, we think that's problematic for their side. But the second thing, when they talk about that our side requires lots of money and funding, the problem with that specific analysis to their side is that firstly, mitigation in terms of necessity of funding, for explicitly speaking about developing country, for developing country, it requires that those developing countries get funding again from initiators like the IMF and the World Bank. That means it increases firstly on the debt burden for those specific countries. And that means it is increasing on another problem despite the existence of global climate change. We think that the problem to global climate change is not by getting more funding to enable you initiate mitigation processes like compensation to individuals or businesses that are changing their line of production. But on the third thing, when they talk about the kind of impacts that you get on their side, the kind of impacts you get from their side are that firstly, there is necessity of funding that literally is still going to be harmful to the individuals who are benefiting it because they have to pay it back after some specific time, but also it increases the debt burden. But the second thing, it creates some form of inconvenience to the business individuals who are literally existing. The third and final thing is that their mitigation strategies are literally harmful to our environment. That's why you find that even the existence of the Germany climate program was literally undermined by the environmentalists. The source of information is NASA. If you're to check, they literally say that the German climate accord, the German climate program was one that was undermining the existence of the environment, and it is one that should not literally be advocated for. That shows you that mitigation as a strategy is one that is premised on compromisation of specific people or compromisation of specific structures in terms of nature that are existing. At the point where that exists under the side of mitigation, we think that's problematic. What you get from our side in terms of the impacts are things like, firstly, guaranteeing that there is some form of sustainability for individuals because it can cut across all the different lineages in terms of adaptation of or provision of those rhetorics. But secondly, it provides redress to society, government, and also individuals to a global climate problem that has affected them for more than 3 decades. We think under our side, you get much more better analysis compared to the negator side.
Jury, in this debate, unless Team Affirmative can come and be able to prove their burdens, only then will they win this debate. But if they fail to do so and to come and show us that they have more advantages than disadvantages in this debate, then they are still not winning. Why we win is because I'm going to show you the disadvantages in adaptation, and why if we go for adaptation, we're actually going to create more problems, and why if we go for mitigation, we're having even exclusive benefits, not the word exclusive benefits. Yes, firstly, I proceed by telling you and having but firstly, I would like to show you that the kind they're actually going for is something that is very problematic. Why is it problematic? Because firstly, we have a divide in the globe. There are countries that are well developed and countries that are poor. But I have told you that adaptation is aligned with technology. I give you the examples in Netherlands where we have construction of dikes. I give you examples in Philippines. I give you examples through across the globe, and I showed that all these have required a lot of money and heavy resources have been invested. So in the event that we're actually investing heavy resources and some countries, especially developing countries, which are more vulnerable to climate, don't actually have these resources, they're actually going to be left behind. And if they are left behind, then we're actually going to lack on that aspect of sustainability, and therefore it's going to fail on the global platform. But even trying to take them at their best, even if we took them at their best and we said, yes, let us restrict adaptation to the developing countries, they will still fail. Why do they fail? Because I told you that adaptation has other effects, other harms that are going to arise. And these harms include like damaging of the ecological spheres that we have. For example, when we had dikes constructed in the Netherlands, which is a developing country, there was interference of the ecological balance in the waters. And this is very, very problematic and can lead to extinction of species, but also recognize the fact that since it's already aligned with technology, for example, we have read of that technology in the Netherlands, the technology in the technology used to construct irrigation schemes in Africa, the technology being used in the Asia and others to fight, especially in Nepal, to combat global climate change. It's something that requires technical expertise. So unless they can prove that technology does not require technical expertise, then only then can we take their argument. But if they are failed to do so, then we tell you it requires technical expertise. And this technical expertise, these resources, and all this information and well-researched information is something that you can obviously get in developing countries which are more prone to these impacts of global climate change. But why we win is because I've showed you that mitigation is very, very good, because first it has exclusive benefits, and these benefits are things that intersect with the other societal needs, and that's why we win. But firstly, I told you I would characterize mitigation as a public good, because if we have mitigation measures, things like afforestation, things like deforestation, things like using solar, things like all those examples which aim at reducing the amount of carbon dioxide, or alternatively serving as carbon sinks, then what we are going to do, if we reduce carbon emissions in or another part of the world, then we are contributing to the total reduction of the global platform. Unlike adaptation, which is something which is very discriminatory, as they claim, because we show you that if we have adaptation measures, things like irrigation in a given part of the world, then it's actually serving in the interest of that particular society or that particular government, and not necessarily contributing to the whole world. So adaptation is in one way selfish in quotes as compared to mitigation, and that's why we win.
Okay, cross-examination. So,
cross-examination.
Negator.
I hope you're there. Affirmative.
Yes, I'm here.
My first question to you is here. What argument or what new evidence are you bringing to the panel and to me to show me that adaptation plays in the best interest of the globe? Because I've showed you that adaptation actually is a private good, because when you carry out adaptive measures in a given part of the world, then you're obviously benefiting that government. But if we go for mitigation, which reduces on the carbon sinks which are in the atmosphere, which the atmosphere covers the whole globe, then it is a public good. What evidence you bring to show that you'd go for a private good than a public good? But also, secondly, come and convince us and give us an answer to this. Can we go with, are you trying to say that these kinds of adaptive measures, I've seen examples of adaptation which have occurred in the world, for example, construction of dikes, building of resilient houses in Philippines, and all these are things that have been done without technology? And if they have been done with technology, and don't you think we require technical expertise and a lot of resources to be invested? And if it is yes, come and show us why developing countries which are more vulnerable to this kind of impacts would obviously go for adaptation, which has all those limitations. Engage, please.
Okay, so on the first question, I talk about evidence based on whether adaptation is in the best interest of the globe. So the first thing you need to understand is that both remedies are literally for the combatement of global climate change. The difference then is that mitigation as a strategy is one that exists or has been existing existing for far too long compared to adaptation. That's to say, mitigation, since it was initiated by things like the Kyoto Protocol, but also climate accord, that means that it has existed for way too long. But the mere fact that it has been ineffective, that shows that there is necessity in the change of strategy of how we are trying to curtail the existence of a global climate change. But on the second thing, when you talk about the technical experts, the first thing I told you in my affirmative constructive was that the existence of technology under our side, and I made a consensus that the technology under our side is that we are already using the technology that is existing, but rather on your side, what you require is technology or new technology to ensure that the cost of production on a production line changes from one specific line to another. That means it requires new expertise in terms of guaranteeing that that specific production line that is existing currently in the nearby future changes to a more productive one. That means it requires individuals to be initiated into the new one. We think that's already problematic. So I hope that answers both of your questions. So just two questions from me. You talk about maladaptation. What you need to understand about adaptation is that it has self-checking mechanisms, such as to guarantee that there is no maladaptation. That's to say, the self-checking mechanisms can be at an individual basis, where an individual intrinsically notices that what they are doing is wrong, or at societal basis, where society literally calls out those individuals who are participating in a mission, or even at government level basis. Don't you think that all those three can literally curtail the existence of maladaptation? But secondly, when you talk about adaptation damaging the ecosystem, we think that is literally a false analysis, because adaptation does not operate on changing the existing structures, but rather it operates within the existing structures to guarantee that the existing structures are less harmful, or that the existing structures are more workable in compared to mitigation. Engage.
The problem you have with your analysis is that you do not have sufficient evidence, because I gave you the evidence, and my evidence was, look, what happened in the Netherlands. Look, I told you, like, look, what happened in the Netherlands was that these people wanted to construct the dikes, which was a form of adaptation. But what happened that since these dikes were being constructed or in the river systems and the lakes, what happened is that they had to interfere with the ecological balance or that aquatic system in the water. There's no way you can construct dikes in water or do any form of withdrawing the water from the river and fail to interfere with the ecological balance and aquatic system. So unless you can prove that we can still proceed without actually damaging this ecological balance, then you win. But if you can't, then you are still losing on that. But then to your response about the expertise, you already agree and concede to the fact that we require technology. And if we require technology, then there's no way we can work with technology without having that expertise, those resources, those heavy investments that are very, very important when we go for technology. But remember that mitigation does not necessarily require technology. Things like afforestation, planting a tree is only $0.05, and literally anybody can afford this. But also remember the fact that you have not given us a deeper analysis on your case of personal adaptation and all. So this is the reason as why you're already losing, and you don't get sufficient evidence from you. Still have three burdens to prove to me in this debate. I hope I've engaged enough on the reasons why it will not play out in the best interest of adaptation, but rather with mitigation.
Oh, certainly. So affirmative final focus. Okay. So panel, whoever wins this debate should be based on two things. The first thing is that we base on who has proven what is in the best interest of the governments that are existing. That's to say, whether they should prioritize adaptation or mitigation. But the second thing is who has proven what would effectively curtail the existence of global climate change with no discrimination or hindrance. What you get from team negative is basically a rebuttal, basically just rebuttals to the affirmative case. They do not give us substantive arguments that literally provide for the existence of their specific arguments. But the second thing you need to understand is that we need to think about this critically, because the existence of mitigation as a strategy or a solution to global climate change has existed for far too long, but has been very ineffective. That means there is necessity in change of strategy to guarantee that we literally have some new initiatives to guarantee that we curtail the existence of global climate change. We think that at the point where emission has reduced in 2020 due to the lockdown or due to the COVID-19 crisis, that shows you that adaptation can also provide for the betterment of individuals compared to mitigation. Because mitigation literally says that you have all the business individuals who are existing have to change their lines of production. We think that is literally bad. Adaptation provides for those business initiatives to actually proceed, but guarantee that what they are doing is less harmful to society or less harmful to individuals. But no, we think that mitigation has existed for more than 3 decades and has been proliferated right from the Kyoto Protocol in the 1900s to the Paris Climate Accord, but it is still ineffective. That means the best way to curtail things that have been brought about by global climate change is not by what you get from mitigation, but rather what you get from adaptation in terms of guaranteeing that we have some form of universality along all lines at the government level, societal level, and also individual level. But also it is initiated by individual member states. We think that plays much more better and plays much more for also the inclusivity of the developing and the developed worlds. We think we win under those things. So the last thing to say is that I would like to send my appreciation to the Global UNITALKS founder, Professor Wallace, and the Vice President, Professor Diana, the technical team, the juries, and the audience. Thank you so much for making us be a part of this, because personally I've learned a lot from this, and I hope to interact more and also bring more friends on board to guarantee that they also learn. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate it.
What is important in this debate, and to determine who has won this debate, we need to divide the clashes in this debate. But our first clash was on the idea of technology, and we win on the idea of technology by showing that yours requires a lot of technology, and if it requires a lot of technology, because of the examples I gave, of which we didn't get sufficient examples and evidence from them, show us that it doesn't require so much technology as compared to mitigation, which they failed, but which I proved. We win on technology. On the idea of resources, by telling you that since it requires a lot of technology, for example, in Thailand, in the Philippines, and all other countries, examples across the globe I gave you that requires a lot of resources, then they didn't actually give us to prove, because I proved you by telling you the 10 billion US dollars which were spent, and 10 billion is not small money that we can actually joke about. But also we win on the idea, because we win on the idea of effectiveness, because we tell you ours is a public good. It is going to benefit the whole globe at once. If mitigation occurs in Europe, if mitigation occurs in Africa, then this contributes to the total reduction of the carbon emissions in the globe. And if that happens, then we are all equally benefiting, as opposed to adaptation, which will only focus on things like irrigations, on things like dikes. And for example, dikes which were constructed in Netherlands, they cannot benefit somebody who is in Africa. They're only exclusive to Netherlands. So it's something that is very private and discriminatory, and may also contribute to our struggle to actually combat global climate change on a global platform. But also recognize the fact that we told you that the chances of having more problems, for example, ecological interferences, which they didn't give sufficient rebuttal in this debate, but also they lose this debate because firstly they didn't show us why developing countries would go for adaptation given the limits that I've shown you, like being expensive, technical expertise, and all other chances of maladaptation which may occur. We didn't get sufficient rebuttal, they didn't give us evidence. Why would developing countries go for this? But I've showed you why they actually go for mitigation, because it is cheaper, because it doesn't require so much technical expertise, but also it is a public good. But also lastly, it has exclusive benefits. Things like once we reduce these carbon emissions, then we're actually going to reduce on the number of respiratory diseases, because of carbon emissions and all these can lead to respiratory diseases. But once we reduce these carbon emissions, then we're actually serving in the best interest of both the citizens and both governments. So we win because we have more stakeholders benefiting, but also we win because our metric has actually been reached in this debate. Giving my vote of thanks to the Global UNITALKS family, beginning with Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, the international jury, the audience, and fellow contestants who have always given us a challenge, and we have given them a challenge. Thanks to Global UNITALKS for this wonderful opportunity. I'm really delighted that it has made me a better person in regards to esteem, in regards to confidence, and also enabled me to self-actualize in the art of public speech and debate. I will forever remain indebted to you, for this is a wonderful opportunity that we cannot just overlook. but changing us to become people of more substance. So thank you so much, Global UNITALKS family, and we are ready to work with you in the forthcoming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 5. You have done a good job. Let me call upon Professor Quinn, the chairman of the international jury, for this debate to give her comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace, once again, and thank you, the Group 5. That was a very heated debate, actually, to say the least. There was a lot of evidence in terms of your passion and the way you did engage each other. During the cross-examination, I must admit that you chose a very good questioning technique, that the opponent actually kept on making the emphasis and repeating and revisiting some of the concepts that they had earlier on said, and that kind of gave a run for the win, that he kept on mentioning that it is us winning, and that kept on towards the affirmative team. And there was that evidence of also the use of correct terminologies when it comes to the matters global climate change. But at the same time, as Prof. Amelia would say, we probably needed to practice more on how to pronounce some of those terminologies. It is not your mistake. I got the idea because I live in this part of the world, but I'm just imagining some of the words like the Kyoto protocols and all those agreements you are talking about probably needed to have been pronounced much better. But all the same, the ideas and the relevant examples and illustration you gave were convincing well enough. And of course, you are able on the affirmative side, you did a very good job in keeping the tempo. You had all the energy through. And although your opponent was at a very balanced point where he stuck to his points and didn't go high pitch or low pitch, but the facts were passed across. During the cross-examination, I must also say that the answers were well addressed, except for a few because there were no much examples that were given from the affirmative. But I must wish all of you good luck, even as you wait for the outcome, and congratulations. I'm glad that the internet, the technology favored you today. It was much better than it was in the previous days when you did the practice. Thank you so much, Prof. Wallace.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. Now I'll request Professor Amelia to give her comments and suggestions to group number 5.
Good evening, group number 5. Well done. Okay, I'm going to start with the affirmative. Okay, I thought you had very well laid out points. Well-structured answers. You argued it very well, well presented. You believed in your arguments. But one thing as well, and I noticed this from contestant number B on the negative. Contestant B on the negative, you need to slow down. You really need to slow down. I found it really difficult to keep up with you. I got Holland and I got the dams out of one of your examples. Unfortunately, that's all I could get. Your questions were good, but I felt that you were giving too many statistics within your questions, and it felt like another speech that you were giving to me. And unfortunately, it just didn't quite gel with me, because I felt I was trying to catch up, like in everything that you're saying. And I don't want you to, this is just my opinion. Okay, Professor Quinn obviously could understand you a little bit more with the pronunciation and that, and understood where you were going, but I just felt like I was playing catch up, unfortunately. But on the whole, look, you guys did extremely well. I'm very proud of you. So I would just want you to keep your questions short and sweet. You don't have to give another speech within your question. It's fine to, you know, bring up one statistic or two statistics that your opponent is actually talking about and question him on that, but not another speech, because the questions went on like for 2 to 3 minutes. And I kind of got lost there a little bit as well. But for me, it was a clear winner for me on this one. Sorry, clear winner for me on this one. So good luck. Again, like the other judges might not agree with me, but I commend you. And as Professor Quinn said, your internet held out extremely well. So I know you're probably like holding up something outside to try and get the best reception, and well done on that. Well done on that. I commend you. And I really look forward to, listening to you guys speak again. So congratulations, well done. And I know we're all extremely proud of you.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. Hillary has been in a little countryside, and from Uganda, there has been an internet issue, but he's one of a very good speaker in Global UNITALKS system. And he's also the president of Global UNITALKS Uganda. So I always tell him he do a lot of spreading. The internet doesn't support his spreading. But I hope when he was face to face, and if he has no internet issue, he's a little different. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Amelia. Now I'll request Professor Diana. He's your student. What you want to comment on him?
I have been commenting, I think. I have been telling them. So this is what I don't know. Actually, let me go with the debate as far as both the sides, both of you, the group 5, affirmative and negative. When I saw the affirmative, he's very subtle, calm, he never changed, and he was very confident from the beginning till the end. That is his uniqueness. I have been seeing him in the training sessions also. And all the case studies, arguments, examples, evidence has been brought up very well. Your research skills are high, citations were there. And also for the group 5, the other negative side, Hillary, I have advised you a number of times because I have seen you in the speech, giving speeches, speaker of the month. You had a different voice and a different style. But suddenly when you came into debate, I don't know, since the day I have seen you, you have been spreading, talking so fast that it's unable for us to get, the information is lost on the way. So that could be your drawback now. If you could just keep this in mind. Otherwise, preparation wise, definitely excellent job, both of you. A very good example how to debate, how to call on your opponents, how to prove and give the examples. So this is what I would like to say.
Thank you, Professor Diana. Now we are going to group number 6. I think this will be also very interesting. There will be debate between the two beautiful ladies, and I'm sure we'll all enjoy it. Group number 6, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Good luck.
Good afternoon, dear jury and the audience. It's an honor to have the chance to be in UNITALKS. I am the affirmative speaker of Group 6, and I stand by the motion that governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat climate change. First of all, I want to define climate change. Climate change is a global phenomenon of climate transformation characterized by the changes in the usual climate of the planet that are especially caused by human activities, as National Geographic says. This inevitable effect started in the 18th century, while well-known scientist James Watt invented the steam machine in Glasgow. This invention was a very, very big deal, not only for the Great Britain, but for the whole world. It started a whole new era of transportation and production. It had a lot of advantages, but it brought a very substantial problem that we are talking today, climate change. This long-term effect is so powerful that 1 degree Celsius change in average temperature of the Earth can mess up the seasons, lose the efficiency of the Earth, guide the extinction of the animals, plants, and even us. I repeat, only 1 degree Celsius can do these such things. American actress Laura Dern, who you may also know from Big Little Lies, Jurassic Park, and so much more, says, when man decides he can control nature, he is in trouble. She briefly says that nature is uncontrollable. Even the most clever species on the earth, humankind cannot control it. Unlikely, nature controls us. You may say that if it's not controllable, how are we causing a lot of problems for the nature's future? Okay, you are right at this point. We are causing endless amount of problems, but these problems don't affect nature, it affects us. There isn't a single doubt that nature won't adapt to the temperature change. Nature adapted to the new environment when meteorite hit the earth and changed its existence. Nature adapted to the new environment when Pangea break down. And nature will adapt to the new environment when climate change happens. And we have to survive in it. We don't have enough power to change back to its old self. Earth will adapt quicker than we realize. So we have to adapt in this environment too. In wildlife, the ones that can camouflage live, not the ones who tries to stop the danger. In fact, they are the ones who get eaten first. Our attempt to mitigate this climate change won't work. It will be a waste of time, and choosing mitigating over adapting will make this problem even worse for the humans. Researchers in NASA says that even if we stopped emitting greenhouse gases today, global warming would continue. If we don't listen to NASA, who knows, our species won't be here 100 years due to the climate change. Thank you for listening.
Honorable international juries, guest of honor, founder of Global UNITALKS and worldwide audience. I am the negative speaker, and I am against the motion that governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation. Firstly, I would like to start by giving the definition of climate change. According to the Oxford Dictionary, climate change is a change in global or regional climate patterns, in particular, a change apparent from the mid to late 20th century onwards and attributed largely to the increased levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide produced by the use of fossil fuels. And what is mitigation? According to NASA, it's stopping climate change. It's using technology, innovative human minds to stop climate change. Adaptation is reactive. It's just a defense mechanism. However, mitigation is proactive. It's an effective way to solve this problem. Climate change damages multiple systems. One side of the world gets flooded by water while the other is in danger because of insufficient water. One side is attacked with extreme heat while the other is attacked with extreme cold. Sea levels rise. Multiple animals around the world, like the golden toad, the Adelie penguin, the North Atlantic cod, and the polar bears have gone extinct, and so many more are in risk of it. It affects us humans as well. For example, about 1,500 people this year in France alone were killed because of the summer heat. Climate change affects the entire ecosystem. We are all connected, so when only one of the links that connects us disappears, it causes jeopardy. As an example, we can give snakes and mouses. If mouses were to disappear, snakes wouldn't have a food source. And if snakes were to disappear, mouses would overbreed, which would cause infiltrations and plagues. Currently, the climate change affects a lot of different living beings, such as animals, plants, and us humans. Though there's no way to completely stop it, we can slow it down significantly. Even though it seems like too grave of a problem for us to affect individually, we can all fight against it. There's not much time left until this problem becomes irreversible. We are almost out of time. If we do nothing, global temperatures could rise as high as 10 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Fortunately, humanity is hard at work at keeping temperature increases below the 2 degrees Celsius mark. There are multiple business plans and mitigational projects against climate change, such as carbon engineering, Disney's new solar facility, Harvard's SCOPEX project, and the spread of electronic cars. Protecting our planet is part of human, children, animal rights. It's a part of popular culture and even politics. If we don't mitigate, in 85 years, a third of the population will not have access to clean water. If climate patterns change, farmers will be out of business, just like the snakes in my example, we are not going to have a food source. But if we mitigate, people would not have to make major changes in their daily lives without knowing their impact, neither short nor for the long term. If we mitigate, we will have sustainable, innovative technology development to solve the issues of today while creating the technological base for the future problems. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your amazing speech. I want to start with my cross-examination. Do you think that there's enough encouragement for people to act up?
Thank you for your question. I think that there is, yes, and we are still working on it. As mitigation suggests, we should make new projects. As an example that I will give, K-pop, a very big industry, a K-pop group, Blackpink, actually made a campaign about global warming and climate change a couple of weeks ago. And so many people are talking about it now. And so many people who have, so many influencers who have different target audiences are talking about this very serious problem. So I think, yes, there is a lot of awareness being created with mitigation. And I think that there will be even more in the future. Thank you again for your question.
Thank you. Do you think that the climate change affect the red snake situation as you mentioned?
Even though it's just an example, we can say yes, because as I stated, every little link that connects us, when one of them disappears, it causes total destruction. Because even the things we don't realize we need are very important. For example, the reason our main food sources are plants and animals primarily. And if one of them were to go extinct, we would be out of our food source. We are all connected by nature. We cannot just ignore them and think of ourselves as the highest and most important species. We share the world with so many other living beings. We are not alone in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. How could politics help mitigation?
Well, politicians, of course, have a lot more possibilities to make their voices be heard and talk in favor of the public that they are controlling. So I think that if politicians were to come together against this matter, we would be so much stronger than just working alone for each of us. This is a global problem. We need to come together. No, we don't need to we can't let fights and other things come between us. We need to connect. So I think politicians can affect it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My questions are over. You can ask.
Thank you for your speech as well. It was really nice. Do you think that we can see short-term improvements with adaptation?
Yes, I believe we can. Every move that we take affects global warming. We just need awakening, which Greta Thunberg is doing right now. She is waking everyone up. She is a gift for humanity.
Thank you. And also, where is the futuristic thought in adaptation? We are only moving forward as humanity. So shouldn't our solutions be moving forward as well with all the new technologies and innovations that is happening?
I think adaptation is a way to look out for the future. As years pass, a lot of things will be invented. Adaptation maybe don't play a part in this inventing thing, but adaptation has a part in using these new solutions as a long-term living style. So yes, adaptation isn't the best solution to invent, but it's the best solution for long-term and permanent solutions in the future, which we are more looking forward to it more than inventing new things. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your amazing questions. I'm starting my rebuttal. Firstly, I want to start by my excitement to compete with such talented peer of mine in a very honorable platform, UNITALKS. My rebuttals are, prioritizing mitigation over adaptation to me is like a fever dream. How can we mitigate something before learning to live inside it? For example, we tried to mitigate coronavirus in early March, but we didn't know much things about it. So our plan to mitigate didn't work. The cases increased very rapidly. However, after May, the rate of the infected people daily decreased because we adapted to the new lifestyle. We started to adapt to wearing masks. We started to adapt to staying inside. We adapted to wash everything several times. Then we mitigate this problem by finding the cure for coronavirus. Climate change is like that. First, we need to learn that environment, then act upon the mitigation part. Our motion isn't mitigation shouldn't be done. It's just adaptation should be prioritized. Everything should be done for this terrible situation, of course, but adaptation should be prioritized. It will also open a safer and effective platform to mitigate also, since we know more about this situation. And this act of adaptation, our act of survival, should be encouraged everywhere. We should spread this energy, the motivation to others like we spread the greenhouse gases. Oh, by the way, this act is free. How wonderful is that to save the world without even paying? We need to raise our voice. And the act should come from our hearts, not from our wallets or pockets. It should be an ease and maybe fun for us, since we are sensitive living creatures. Let's make climate change our playground, which we can control. The act of adaptation, the act of learning more efficiently will make climate change our playground. Thank you for listening.
Hello again, everyone. Now I'll be doing my negative rebuttal, where I'll be further explaining my arguments and why they are better than the affirmative speaker. Mitigation is a better strategy because accepting problems that we think are inevitable and just living with them and not fighting against them is not an option. In the past, we have went through so many problems as humanity, and we were all able to mitigate to find new solutions for all of them. We can do this for climate change as well. Mitigation creates way to new technologies, new opportunities, and new minds. You, me, the people walking down the street, our audience, we all have new ideas, and we can all win them over with mitigation. Mitigation also gives us what we need, a safer and a literally cooler future. So many influencers are participating in new mitigation projects, creating awareness within their target audience, just like the example I gave in the cross-examination about Blackpink. Mitigation provides effective short-term improvements, such as awareness among our public, and long-term improvements, such as a fast solution for climate change. Now I would like to compare our arguments and explain why mitigation overpowers adaptation. New solutions are created when people start thinking of a better, a safer, and more comfortable way of doing something. Humanity is working on new solutions, projects on poverty, famine, inequality, educational problems, which were all seen as unstoppable, and they have significantly decreased them. Why can't we do this for climate change? We can. In the case of mitigation, this is living. Every living being has the right to earn a better future. Our future generations have the right to have an earth that has not been destroyed. We all have to mitigate to end this problem. The main argument of adaptation is that it's a part of nature, but the problem itself, it's not natural. We cannot expect animals, plants, climate patterns to change on their own. Overgrown industries, factories, and populations are not natural. They are our creation. We have to face the consequences, not just adapt to the current situation and wait for it to be irreversible. We can change the world with mitigation. For centuries, living beings have adapted to extreme temperatures caused by natural disasters and weather conditions. However, we cannot wait to adapt to dangerous climate change across our planet that we are causing unnaturally. We need to protect our world to combat climate change. We need mitigation to combat climate change. Thank you.
Thank you again. I want to start my second cross-examination. I want to give an example from my rebuttal. In the start of COVID-19, everyone tried to mitigate, as I said, but it didn't work. But when we adapted, we started wearing masks, we started social distancing and followed hygiene rules. And it's lowered. What do you think of this?
I think that this is a wrong statement, and also thank you for your question. I think that this is a wrong statement because if people were actually adapting, we wouldn't have seen the highest number of cases and deaths globally last week daily. Because ever since January 2020, the whole world knows that there are simple adaptation techniques, precautions to avoid and stop the spread of COVID-19, which is hygiene, social distancing, and masks. But still today, humanity, after almost 1 year, still refuses to adapt for many different reasons, which I mainly believe is ignorance. And even masks are a part of mitigation. Last year, masks were just plain white things that doctors and certain people wore, but now there are so many different masks for different purposes, different designs. That is why the whole world is waiting for mitigation. That is the vaccine in your example. But some biotech, which is founded by 2 Turkish scientists, made the biggest news and became a trending topic everywhere. Now we need more mitigation technology to develop proper supply chain so that the world has access to enough vaccine, not just rich countries. That's why there are governments and non-governmental organizations to help regulate and innovate to improve humanity. When my family, the friends around me, when they feel slightly sick, I always hope that the vaccine will be spread as soon as possible. We are all waiting for a cure. We are all waiting for the vaccine. We are all waiting for mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What will be caused if we choose adaptation first? What is so negative about it?
Well, as I said, every single day, every single second, all the time we spend living like this matters. We all affected. The longer we wait to adapt and the longer we continue on living the way that created this problem, we are going to just aggravate it and it will become irreversible. Climate change is affecting our daily lives. It's not just a topic that you see on scientific websites. We hear about it all the time. People are dying, animals are going extinct, plants are not able to grow. This is affecting all of us. With mitigation, we can see impressive results very fast. But with adaptation, we are just going to be sitting like ducks on a pond and not doing anything.
Thank you so much. My questions are over. You can ask
them. Thank you for your questions also. You talked about multiple risky assumptions, and I wanted to ask, do you think the predictions you make are reliable? Because yes, of course, there are so many platforms where we can learn day-to-day content. However, we cannot foresee the future. Most people cannot, as far as I know. So do you think that we can trust everything you say for the future because we don't know?
Yes, of course. I use the most reliable source, and it's known it's known for everybody that these sources are the most reliable sources, such as NASA and National Geographic. So yes, I used very reliable sources.
Thank you. And I would also like to ask a question on the matter that in the example that you said about COVID-19. You were talking about how adaptation stopped it. However, do you think that if we weren't mitigating for a new vaccine, do you think that COVID-19 would have stopped?
As I mentioned, adaptation helped the cases to decrease, not mitigation. Also, I think this adaptation made our country cleaner than ever. So adaptation is a win-win case. Unlike the mitigation, the act of not knowing what to do almost cost the whole humanity. I repeat, the whole humanity. If we continue mitigate like that, we wouldn't be hopeful about our future. You will say that mitigation will give hope, but this act was going to make people lose their hope like non-burning candle. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one last question for you. Do you think that people are going to have more hope if they just completely stay still and continue the way they're living? As I said, everyone is affecting this problem. And the reason we came to this problem started in the first place was because we lived like this. Do you think people have continued on living like this, it will stop on its own and we will adapt?
As I said, these reliable sources are encouraging people to act up. So yeah, by living like this and acting up, of course, we will move faster, and the prevention of climate change will increase.
Thank you. These are my questions for now.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to present my closing speech. Good afternoon again. I'm gladly welcome to present you my final focus. The Union of Concerned Scientists states that, states that to avoid the worst consequences of climate change, we'll need to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050 or sooner. Do you understand how close it is? It's only 30 years. I repeat, 30 years. Our mothers and fathers' age are more than that. And also, we can't reach net zero. Net zero means that, on balance, no more carbon is dumped into the atmosphere than is taken out. We can't stop using the carbon. We are used to this easiness. Can you imagine a world without using cars to transport, stove to cook, and machines to produce? I mean, machines that don't use carbon could be invented. But climate change is so fast that even the usage of solar energy may not up to 50% all around the world by that time, which I mean 2050. Mitigation would help it, of course, but it won't be effective because mitigation isn't happening enough to reach net zero. As you can see, it's a lost cause. We will definitely go through the climate change, and we have to adapt in it at least before trying to mitigate. Let's first learn how to live, then let's try to decrease these problems. For this adaptation, we have to produce clothes, machines that can be more efficient in that change. We have to utilize best type that works in that temperature. Maybe we need to invent medicine that can make our immune system ready for such heat or such cold. Adaptation is brighter future, I reckon. You, brilliant people in the audience and dear judges, vote me for the most logical way to outcome climate change. Vote me if you want to live. Lastly, I want to talk about my amazing experience in this honorable club. I'm a high school student in Turkey. However, when I'm in this club, I feel like I'm from every country. This club makes me a world citizen. Every student that talks here amazes me. This club also gives me a hope to be a very strong woman, to talk, to defend myself, to be creative. Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, Professor Quinn are helping us to prepare for future. Their strength, their dedication is making me better. They are not only mine, but everyone's role model. I'm so lucky to be a part. I'm so lucky to be a part of this club. Thank you for listening.
Hello again, everyone. Now I'll be continuing with my negative final focus. And I would first like to talk about why mitigation is a better strategy by reinstating my previous ideas, and then I will explain why mitigation won this debate. Mitigation is better because new projects made by mitigation is a foolproof way to create awareness on this grave issue. Mitigation is more fitted like for a problem as global as this. We need to come together as the minds, the opportunities of the past, present, and future. We don't need a spike of inequality. We need to come together. Mitigation is a chance for restarting. It gives us the chance to change the world, change ourselves, change the way we lived. Adaptation, on the other hand, it just gives us a pessimistic view on the issue. Now I would like to explain why we won this debate. My arguments and plans are far more realistic, that have just the right amount of hopes and dreams that will come true, that have safer, more global and effective results. I made detailed plans for the future on how we will live with mitigation. I, as mitigation, has so many possible solutions for all of our future. We all have ideas on this. We all have new projects we can do. So I think that we can do this together if we come together for mitigation. And I would also like to receive your votes. We need mitigation for a better present and a safer future. With mitigation, we will be able to fulfill our main duty for the next generation, which is minimizing climate change. Significantly lowered poverty, famine within our generation that were both seen as extremely severe problems. Who says we can't do this for climate change as well? As Barack Obama said, no challenge poses a greater threat to future generations than climate change. And we need mitigation to combat climate change. Think for a future where we see blue skies, oceans, green forests, beings of all shapes, sizes, colors, and more importantly, a future where we are all together. I need your votes to create this. Vote for me for a chance to stop climate change. Vote for me to give the next generation, to not give the next generation a world that has been damaged beyond repair. Vote for me so that we can fight against climate change together. Vote for me, for yourself, for our planet, for all the plants, animals we endangered, and most importantly, all of our futures. Thank you. Now I would like to talk about my experiences. Through UNITALKS, I was able to gain so much knowledge about daily topics, and I was able to realize how serious they were. I was able to connect with people all around the world and hear their opinions and their cultures. I was able to get professional feedback from people who have been in this field for a very long time with students. I learned so many things about myself as well. And I realized that there's a very wide range of topics, like an emotional topic about power of love and a topic that is seriously scientific, that is climate change. It's only my second time here, but I already feel myself improving so much. And I think that public speaking skills will be very important and beneficial for me in the future. I would like to thank Professor Wallace for creating this amazing experience for all of us and making it possible, for recruiting us. Thank you to Professor Diana for always being there for us and helping us improve and creating the image of a strong, independent woman that defends what she believes in. And also the juries who came here today to give us extremely nice feedback, who are telling us how to improve. I'm also like to thank all my fellow debaters who have become my friends over the time for making this experience really knowledgeable. I know that we all practice very hard, and I hope that this was a really nice experience for all of you. And finally, I would like to thank everyone who worked behind the scenes to make this possible. the people who made the videos, the people who recruited us, the people who are working currently to carry this, to expand the web of UNITALKS. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you so much, group number 6. I want to inform everyone that this group are the youngest debaters. They're just 14. So they are very special entry in the Global UNITALK system. Generally, we have debaters over 16, but this is a special case. We have 3 such contestants and debaters who are 14. So they have been doing excellently well, and that's how they were selected. And I will now call upon the chairman of the debate jury panel today, Professor Quinn, to give a feedback on these young souls. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace. And to the young souls, congratulations. That was really good. I mean, comparing your age and what you're able to achieve with just a few hours of practice, that was commendable. I must commend you, and I must encourage you that there's still room for improvement, and Global UNITALKS provides that platform that will nurture you, will help you grow, and will make you that perfect debater, like your colleagues possible whom you think are doing better than yourself. You're only 14, so there's still a long way ahead of you. But I must also commend you for the passionate engagement. It was soft, like the affirmative, spoke very softly, shared our points, but very calm, and with the limited resources to make reference to, but I could see that you read and you are able to research, except that now for your young age and your exposure to research, you are able to just limit it to what you were able to understand, and that is still good. So in the future, as you grow and as you do the practice, you'll realize that there'll be a lot of more work that you'll need to do, but so far, so good. Overall, you've engaged each other very well, and I just want to wish you good luck. Keep it up and keep it Global UNITALKS. It is the room, there's a lot of room for growth while you're here. A lot of passionate trainers like Prof. Diana and Prof. Wallace, and I'm sure in the next annual debate competition 2021, you'll be the people that you'll be watching out for. So well done and congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Quinn, for your encouraging word to these young souls. I have been a little strict with both of them, actually, and they know this. And I did this on purpose to put them on toes because I knew they had a potential, and I believed them that they could do. So I think they come up to that expectation. Thank you so much. Now I will call upon Professor Amelia to give her feedback to this contestants and debaters, Group 6.
Good evening, Group 6. Wow, 14. Gosh, you guys have a future in politics or definitely some sort of public speaking. Look, I think you did a really good job. Really good job. Like Professor Quinn said, look, you were both so polite to each other. One of my points was I felt it was more like a very nice Q&A that you were having against each other, because of your age. Like the research that you had, it was kind of limited. But what I really liked about it was you didn't back down from that. Like you just kept going and going and going. And that's a sign also I like of a good debater. Like they just stand by, what they can say. You guys are going to get better. You are going to get better. And I look forward to listening to you debate more, because I think the more that you actually get into this, and I think you guys actually enjoyed it and had a really good time today. I think like when you actually can like understand maybe the topics a little bit more and how to get the research that you need and get the statistics that you need, and then like have a really good go at each other, I think that is going to be really, really good. But like Professor Quinn said, and Professor Wallace. You know, you guys did an amazing job, and to have you here at 14 years of age, you know, congratulations. You've done yourselves, your family, and all of the UniTalks family extremely proud, and that's what you should take away from today. So well done.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. Thank you so much. Now I'll call upon Professor Diana, their teacher, to give us the feedback.
Hello, Group 6, my future lawyer, right? So as Amelia said, Professor Amelia was saying, you should go for some politics or public speaking.
Have fun on it.
Well, yeah. I really like the voice when you speak. For both of you, since the beginning, it was very engaging, passionate. You had a certain flow so that we were all of us were just listening to it. That is the most important. Yes, I truly agree with both the professors. Your examples and your research skills needs to develop more. You can, as with your age and experience, you will know which examples you should choose and which are the right one to provide as your case studies and arguments and evidence. Otherwise, I think I like the cross-examination also, because you should give a very short questions, you know, as Professor Amelia said, you don't need to explain into an explanation and speech into a speech. You ask a question and let your opponent respond. This is how you should be doing. That's the right way. Otherwise, fantastic job at the age of 14. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Professor Diana. You have been a good teacher. That's how they are here today. Now I want to make a very special arrangement, because group number 7, who was a standby, and since his partner has an emergency, I would request group number 6 to play a role with him. Now you were, Leila, you were doing negative. Now you do affirmative and debate with him once again. Go ahead. Group 7, are you ready? Okay, go ahead.
Your Honorable International Juries, guests of honor, founder of Global UNITALKS and worldwide audience. I am the affirmative speaker, and I am for the motion that governments should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to fight climate change. I'd first like to start by defining climate change. According to the Oxford Dictionary, climate change is a change in global or regional climate patterns, in particular, a change apparent from mid to late 20th century onwards and attributed largely to the increased levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide produced by the use of fossil fuels. Climate change damages multiple systems. One side of the world gets flooded by water, while the other is in danger because of insufficient water. One side is attacked with extreme heat, while the other side is attacked with extreme cold. Sea levels rise, multiple animals around the world have gone extinct, and so many more are in risk of it. It affects us humans as well. So many people around the world are getting affected and dying from this. Climate change affects the entire ecosystem. We are all connected. So when only one of the links that connects us disappears, it causes jeopardy. We can give an example of snakes and mouses as well. For example, if snakes were to disappear, mouses would be overbreeding, and that this would cause problems for all of us. And if mouses were to disappear, snakes would not have a food source as well. And also, currently, the climate change affects a lot of different living beings, such as animals, plants, and us humans. Though there is no way to completely stop it, we can slow it down significantly. Even though it seems like too grave of a problem for us to affect individually, we can all fight against it. There's not much time left until this problem becomes irreversible. We are almost out of time, and we need to act now. If we do nothing, global temperatures could rise as high as 6 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Fortunately, humanity is hard at work at keeping temperature increases below the 2 degrees Celsius mark. Protecting our planet is part of human, children, animal rights. It's a part of popular culture and even politics. Every unused light, TV, electronic device we close, we slow it down. With every drop of water we protect, we slow it down. With every filter we put on our chimneys, we slow it down. In conclusion, every resource we waste speeds this process up, and every resource we protect returns to us as a better and a literally cooler future. Our Earth needs to be protected more than ever. We need to act now. Thank you for listening.
Global UNITALKS family. I'm from Group 7 and today I'm going to defend mitigation to adaptation about climate change. Climate change means the change in the environmental conditions of the Earth. This happens because of many internal and external factors. We have to consider about it. Look, plants are fed by photosynthesis and for photosynthesis they need the carbon dioxide. Of course, too much carbon dioxide is harmful, but we need the carbon dioxide too. I will show that with research and experiments. Phenomenal academic articles argue that carbon dioxide is the lifeblood of plants and increasing emissions actually boosts plant growth rates, biomass production, and subsequently overall crop yields. One particular researcher finds that for a 300 ppm increase in the atmosphere's carbon dioxide concentration above the planet's current base level, the productivity of the Earth's herbaceous plants rises by something on the order of 30%. While the productivity of its woody plants rises by something on the order of 50%. Climate change mitigation refers to efforts to reduce or prevent emission of greenhouse gases. Mitigation can mean using new technologies and renewable energies, making older equipment more energy efficient, or changing management practices or consumer behavior. NASA and space engineers have tried to begin development of what are known sunshades. First proposed by Roger Angel, an astronomer and optics experts at the University of Arizona, NASA could develop small reflective spacecraft similar in function to lampshade to be deployed beyond the mesosphere or to block portions of the sun's rays. According to Dr. Angel, the sunshades would reduce solar warming and scatter away sunlight in space before it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and merely a 1.8% reduction in sunlight is projected to fully reverse the warming effect of a doubling of carbon dioxide. Thanks.
Thank you to my fellow speaker. Hello again. Now I will be doing my affirmative rebuttal, and I'm going to talk about why certain arguments they gave is not relevant. The negative speaker stated.
Cross-examination.
Oh, sorry. Apologize. Should I start?
Please go ahead.
So you talked about how plants needed carbon dioxide to live. As you both know, this problem started unnaturally in mid to late 20th century. So how were plants living before this unnatural problem started?
That's a good question. Thanks for it. First, now the world's population day by day rising, and we have to have a good economy for that. And now, of course, adaptation will be good maybe, but for adaptation we have to time, and we will see. Maybe it won't be properly at now. And of course now population of the Earth is rising, and we have to oxygen. We have to enough oxygen, and we have to carbon dioxide too. In a mitigation, we will reduce the carbon dioxide, but we will have enough oxygen from here.
Okay, thank you for your answer. I have another question. So you said, do you think that if we just adapt, if we just mitigate and instead understanding the problem, how meaningful are making new projects, new inventions when people don't even adapt to the current situation at hand?
Adaptation takes a lot of time in this site, and we haven't got enough time for that. We have to mitigate it, and we have to find solutions, and we have to be realistic for that.
Thank you. These are my questions for now.
Okay, so I will ask my question. Why do you take the longest way when you can solve this job in less time? We know adaptation takes time, and maybe we haven't got enough time for that. How will you explain that?
Thank you for your question. That's a really good one. Well, firstly, even though we are trying to solve this problem as fast as possible, adapting is a better strategy because it's a foolproof way. It's safe. We are sure that it's going to work. But mitigation, it's so risky. We can never know what will happen in the future. How do we know that the factories we create are suddenly going to cause more problems for this issue? How do you know people are going to start being unequal because of different opportunities for mitigation? So there are so many risks. It's not foolproof, but we need something that will definitely work and in a safe amount of time. So we think that adaptation is actually a better strategy, even considering time. Thank you.
Thanks, that's all from me. You can start rebuttal part.
Thank you again for your questions. Hello again. Now I'll be going forward with my affirmative rebuttal. The negative speaker stated, climate change increased significantly with the reforms, new inventions, human weight, and we all agree on this. So how safe or effective is creating new reforms, new inventions? As adaptation suggests, we should follow nature and fight against climate change without causing more long-term effects. We cannot tackle the problem the way we started it. The negative speaker also made the assumption that the entire world has the funds and other resources needed for mitigation. But how accessible is it really? I personally do not believe this to be a global solution. Realistically, only certain people with certain opportunities will be able to have access to mitigation and see its results, which is not enough. Adaptation will have global results. And more importantly, will the entire world accept and trust all of these projects? There are 7 billion different minds, grown in different cultures, lived with different beliefs and different opinions. Can we make them all be a part of mitigation? Let's say we did. How long will it take to see impressive results? Definitely longer than what adaptation needs. Adaptation is a better short-term strategy about this, on top of having safer long-term effects. The reason this problem started is because we went against nature. Should we really go against it again? We need people to understand the severity of this problem first, so we have a good foundation to put forward our mitigations as well. What is the meaning of projects if people can't realize how dangerous this problem is and how much they are affecting it? Adaptation is a better strategy for creating awareness among people. As you both stated, climate change is a severe problem of today, and it will be of the future if we don't stop it now. We need results now. But with mitigation, expecting fast results will be a very big and risky assumption. Adaptation, however, will give almost immediate results if we are able to create the awareness. We need to protect our world to combat climate change, and we need adaptation to combat climate change. Thank you.
Hello everyone again. I'm going to start rebuttal part from mitigation side. Nature isn't uncontrollable. We can control that. If we believe people are strong and we need people to combat the climate change, we need the solutions for combat that. We don't need to be pessimists. We must believe in ourselves. We have to be creative. We cannot expect nature to do everything. We must act immediately and start looking for solutions in this matter. I'm sure the solution is like this. We must depend on mitigation, depend on people, depend on women, and we must depend on ourselves. People are smart. We left the world alone until now. But now, it's the time to start new part in our life. Because of that, we have to defend mitigation, not adaptation. We should ignore the economy. Economy is life at now. We shouldn't ignore ourselves. Thanks again. And now I'm going to start my cross-examination part. How can you think of getting out of this disaster with adaptation alone? This is something we need to find a solution immediately. Why do you advocate adaptation when you can't take action?
Thank you for your question. As we both know, the topic of this debate is which one to prioritize. I'm an advocate for prioritizing adaptation, not just doing adaptation alone, because we both know that both are definitely needed to combat this issue. However, prioritizing adaptation will give safer results and be more effective in the short and long run. So what I'm saying is that I'm an advocate for adaptation because adaptation is something we can all impact and we can all do. Mitigation is just for people with certain opportunities and people with certain access to certain things. Thank you again for your question.
Okay, you may ask your question.
As also, I think one of the other debaters stated, if people think that they can control nature, they are in danger. So since we are a part of nature, do you think that it's a safe assumption to make that we can control nature?
Of course, now in the 21st century, we have the technology better. And we are people. Population is day by day raising. We are strong, and we can control it.
Thank you. I would also like to ask, do you think the entire world has enough resources for mitigation?
Of course we have. It's not a problem of big countries. It's a problem of all of the people. And we will work to all people on the world. Not only financially well countries, and on the world there's a lot of resources for that. We won't do that for money. We will do that for all people on the world.
Thank you. And now I'm on to my last question. So you talked about how adaptation takes a very long time. Can you explain what short-term improvements we can see with mitigation?
Make invention take a short time than adaptation because of course we know adaptation takes a lot of time. Adaptation meaning adapt something on the world, and now climate change is very big disaster now, and if we want to adapt it, it will take a lot of time.
Okay, thank you. These are my questions for now. Hello again, everyone. Now I'll be going forward with my affirmative final focus. I would first like to talk about why adaptation is a better strategy by reinstating my previous ideas, and then I will explain why adaptation won this debate. Adaptation is a better strategy because the awareness that adaptation creates is a very foolproof way to combat climate change. Everyone can understand this problem while adapting. So many people are talking about it. Adaptation is much more fitted for a problem as global as this. We need to connect and come together and adapt together, not have a spike of inequality and possibilities between us. Adaptation is a much more natural process that will not cause newer problems, but mitigation has many possibilities to cause different problems, or even aggravate the one at hand. We can never know. Is it really worth it? Now, I would like to explain why we won this debate. I believe that the plans that we can have with adaptation are far more realistic and have safer global results that we will all be able to see in our daily lives. We have so much plans for the future with adaptation. Mitigation, however, we don't know what will happen. And also, adaptation has so many different ways of existing, so we have so much solution possibilities. And also, I have so many historic and contemporary examples from our daily life to prove my point. And I would also like to receive your votes. We need adaptation for a better present and a safer future. With adaptation, we will be able to fulfill our main duty for the next generation, which is minimizing climate change. We significantly lowered poverty, famine, educational problems, and everything like this within our generation. Who says we cannot do this for climate change as well? As Barack Obama said, no challenge poses a greater threat to future generations than climate change, and we need adaptation to destroy this threat. Vote for me for a chance to stop climate change. Vote for me to give the next generation an Earth that has not been damaged beyond repair. Vote for me so that we can fight against climate change together. Vote for me, for yourself, for our planet, for all the plants, animals we endangered, and all of our futures. Thank you for listening. And I would also like to talk about my experiences with UNITALKS. As I previously said, I was able to learn so much from so many people. I was able to experience some things that I didn't know I could experience at such a young age. Even though I'm seen as a very young person outside, with these debates, I feel like I'm a leader. I feel like I am talking for our futures. I feel like I am representing my country and my opinions through these debates. And I think that all of us are here today very proudly stating our ideas. And I would also like to thank everyone working right now and working behind the scenes to create videos, give us feedback, and also everyone that I got to know through these debates. Even though we started as rivals and etc., now we are all friends, and I really appreciate that I was able to be part of such a big, global, and amazing project. Thank you.
I'm going to start final focus part. Thanks again for all judges. I defend mitigation because I believe it's more useful. I've tried to tell you about this throughout my talk. What may because of that? Mitigation, reducing climate change, not adaptation, reducing. We must reduce that. We must reduce that. Involves reducing the flow of heat trapping emissions, greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, either by reducing sources of these gases or enhancing the things that accumulate and store these gases, such as the oceans, forests, and soil. The goal of mitigation is to avoid significant human interference with the climate system and stabilize greenhouse gas level in a time frame sufficient to allow ecosystem to adapt naturally to climate change, ensure that food production is not threatened, and to enable economic development to proceed in a sustainable manner. Vote me and sports mitigation strategy. Again, thanks to all audience, competitors, juries, and Global UNITALKS family, especially thanks to Professor Wallace, Professor Diana, and Professor Quinn that helped us to improve our speakings. Also, thanks to all audience because of your support.
Wonderful. He's the only 14 years old guy who was left. So with this, our debate competition is going to end. So now I will call upon Professor Quinn, if you're here, to give a final comment to this final debaters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Wallace. Once again, that was very interesting. Interesting questions, interesting answers, short, brief responses to feedbacks. They complemented each other. And again, as you said for group 6, these are also young souls that needs a lot of nurturing, but they've given it their best. We allowed them to read. I could almost tell that there is less body language, but it's because they were in touch with the written material, which is agreeable at this stage. But I'm sure in the future and next year, it will be much better. You did us very proud, and we are so happy to have you on board. Please keep on practicing, work hard towards, actualizing your dream of being great debaters. And with a lot of practice, you'll be perfect. And of course, you'll improve in all those shortfalls that probably would have been noticed in terms of the level of research, the level of engagement with one another. But I'm sure with the training, you'll perfect the skills. So far, so good. And I'm so delighted that you're part of this team. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you, Professor Quinn. Now I'll request Professor Amelia to give the final words to the final debaters of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team 7. Again, it was very good. Like Professor Quinn said, yeah, it just needed a little bit more passion, which will come as you keep practicing. I could tell that you were reading your speeches, again, like with your body language. Again, this is all something that you will get to improve on as you, keep practicing. And just watch your grammar as well. It's mice, not mouses. That's one thing that I noticed. It was nice to hear you argue both sides. So that was really good. When it comes time to asking your questions, again, this is something that you will get used to and get better at as you keep moving forward. Keep your questions relevant to what your opponent has argued about. Ask your questions in maybe 2 or 3 parts rather than a one-line question and then a simple answer, then you're asking another question and another simple answer, and then you ask another question and then another simple answer. When you get more into debating, you will pick up on statistics and points and all of your research that your opponents will have actually had as well. You will have actually researched that too, because when you're preparing for a debate, you actually have to prepare for and against. So you will actually have all those statistics available for you as well. So that makes it easier to argue with that. But again, what a lovely finish to a beautiful competition. You guys should be commended on what you've achieved this evening. And yeah, like I said before, I look forward to hearing you guys debate again. And hopefully you have taken something away from this. Nothing that we say to you is meant to, you know, make you feel bad or down about yourself. This is just constructive criticism, something that you take away that will make you much better debaters. So again, thank you for your patience and thank you for listening to us. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. So kind of you. I know it's quite late for you in Australia where you are. Now I will request the Vice President of South Africa to give her remarks before we do closing of the event.
Dear debaters, guest of honor, international juries, and lovely audience, my name is Andrea Visser, Vice President of Global UNITALKS South Africa. I, on behalf of all the Global UNITALKS family, wish to thank all debaters for their amazing performance today. We've learned a lot from them in terms of global climate change and its mitigation and adaptation, which is an especially important topic for us to ponder upon. Global UNITALKS as an organization allows many young learners to speak their minds, and this equips them with the necessary skills to take the world by storm. Jordan Peterson, a famous psychology professor, once said that by having the ability to write, speak, and argue about something that you're passionate about makes you lethal. Today, our debaters took on the current topic of climate change, a matter of urgency. Having young people discuss a pressing matter helps us to prepare them for their future role as our world leaders. I thank on behalf of the Global UNITALKS family, every debater, and wish them good luck on their journey to becoming a force to be reckoned with. Lastly, I want to give a special thanks to Professor Wallace, founder and architect of Global UNITALKS, for providing us, the youth, with opportunities that would otherwise not be a possibility. Thank you to our audience members for listening to our debaters, and thank you to our guest of honor and a panel of judges who took the time to be with us today. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Professor Diana, Vice President Academics, to give the vote of thanks, who tirelessly trained and helped all the debaters to make their journey here today possible. Without her, this opportunity would not be a possibility. Please welcome Professor Diana.
Yes, Professor Diana, you can go ahead. I know you have an internet issue. You can close your camera and you can speak. Thank you.
Okay. So I will have to close camera for a few minutes.
Yes, Professor, go ahead. Yep, I think, yes, Professor Diana, we cannot hear you. I think now it's okay. Yes, go ahead.
The Honorable International Jurist, founder of Global UNITALKS, worldwide Global UNITALKS family, debaters, audience, members, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Today, as we mark the end of one of the two flagship events for Global UNITALKS 2020, the Global UNITALKS International English Speaking Competition and International Debate Competition. We would like to thank all the debaters who have participated in today's competition and all the audience who have attended the online event, and the entire worldwide Global UNITALKS family for supporting all our endeavors for the past year. As UNITALKS debater,
Okay, I think Professor Diana, we lost you. I will continue on your behalf. Yeah, we cannot hear you, Professor Diana. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. As the official UNITALKS debate mentor, I'm very pleased to see the young debaters taking part in today's passionate debates and would like to praise them as I started working to improve upon themselves by preparing new creative arguments for case studies. I hope today's debate.
Okay, I'm sorry, Professor Diana. Well, so we are now going to come to the end of the event. I would like to make an announcement that 2021, we are going to have the first event in January 31st is an award ceremony. All the contestants, all the winners, all the participants will be given an award certification on 31st of January 2021, and it will be followed by a Speaker of the Month event. The topic is Be You. It's a very interesting topic for the youth, and it will be a very exciting event. As you all know that every month, the last week, it could be Saturday or Sunday, we have an event where we choose different topics, where the speakers from all around the world come and participate and compete. And it's a learning process. As in this platform, there's no winner or a loser. It's always a progression. People keep learning and going forward and keep jumping the different positions and awards. We also will have the English speaking contest 2021 as scheduled in August on a summer vacation, followed by the talent contest globally. This will be the first time we will have a talent and cultural event where the entire 70 countries, which are the members of Global UNITALK today, will participate. And this will be very exciting, I believe. And then obviously we will have a debate competition 2021. So 2021 will be a very engaging year. And I believe that things will be better than what we are in 2020 in terms of whatever circumstances we are in at the moment. And now I will call upon the audience to have a comment if they want to give before we close the event. So kindly raise your hand so that I can pull you up and you can speak. Okay, I think there is an internet issue here. Okay, no problem. So before we close for today, I will request the last words from the chairman of International Jury, Professor Quinn, and give us best wishes for our new year, which is coming up, and also to Professor Amelia. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, the audience. Thank you so much, the participants, the debaters. You've kept us engaged. We've learned a lot from the key topic of government should prioritize adaptation over mitigation to combat global climate change. We've learned quite a lot. Thank you for your time that you spent in doing a massive research and citing sources. The whole universe have benefited from your knowledge. The wealth of experience and exposure in terms of resources you made reference to will go a long way in enhancing our way in which we interact with our global space. And therefore, because you are champions in 2020, especially in researching and knowing current issues around the global climate change, have the passion to forge it ahead, champion it, and let you walk the talk. Otherwise, I want to wish all of us well. So delighted to have been part of this amazing group. My colleagues, the international jury, Prof. Amelia, Prof. Diana. I was so excited now to meet the Vice President, South Africa, That was a very good closing remarks from you. And also our young participants under 16 years, that was amazing. We look forward for a beautiful, successful, fruitful 2021. You've heard from the President, Global UNITALKS, it's all out there laid out for us. We can start doing practice. We have a few days to the new year and we won't have much time, but enjoy the prizes that are awaiting us on 31st of January. Now, it was an honor being the chairperson of this annual debate context. That was a privilege. I'm honored, Professor Wallace, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. I hope that they'll get their feedbacks before 1st of January so that they get to know where they are at and what they need to improve. But having said all that, I want to wish each one of us a happy, happy New Year 2021 from wherever part of the world you're speaking or calling with us from. I wish you all the best. I wish you good health, keep safe, and regards to family. Thank you so, so much.
Thank you, Professor Quinn, for your time and your support to all these debaters, and whatever you have done to us, it will be remembered for 2020, and also we will look forward for your patronage in 2021. Now I'll request Professor Amelia for her closing remark and her final words for 2020.
Thank you again, Professor Wallace. Thank you to Professor Diana, Professor Quinn this evening, Professor Saida for coming in for a little bit. Also like to previous judges who haven't been able to join us this evening, Professor Ronan, Professor Karen. We hope to have them back on board with us in January. To all the contestants, what an amazing way to finish out 2020 on such a high note. To all the Global UNITALKS family, those behind the scenes, our live audience who come in, our contestants, and all of your family and friends for your support. 2020 has been a rough year for most people around the world. So I just want to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and prosperous new year. I look forward to seeing you all in January. So until then, stay safe, stay happy, and stay practicing.
Thank you, Professor Amelia. You have been very kind and very supportive to Global UNITALKS in 2020. Without you and without your support, we couldn't able to do what we are going to do today and what we are doing. Well, I'm happy to see Professor Diana back. Professor Diana, you can still give your vote of thanks. You're back. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Well, I will just pick up from where I dropped.
You can speak from the beginning, Professor.
Okay. Thank you. Professor Quinn, I really agree with you. The internet does not like the topic climate change, global climate change. I just today understood the meaning of the phrase, just in time, the right time, the net goes down.
Yes, go ahead, Professor.
Founder of Global UNITALKS Worldwide, UNITALKS family, debaters, audience, members, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we mark the end of one of the two flagship events for Global UNITALKS 2020, the Global UNITALKS International English Speaking Competition and International Debate Competition. We would like to thank all the debaters who have participated in today's competition and all the live audience members who have attended this online event and the entire worldwide Global UNITALKS family for supporting all our endeavors for past year. As UNITALKS debate mentor, I'm very pleased to see the young debaters, the very young debaters right from the age of 14 years, taking part in today's passionate debate, and would like to commend them as I saw them tirelessly working to improve upon themselves by preparing new creative arguments for their case studies. I hope today's debaters take away these key skills they have improved on through the debate journey, which are research skill, case analysis, and refutation. As the Vice President of the Global UNITALKS academic team, I am pleased to announce and share some of the upcoming events we have planned for 2020, such as Global UNITALKS Award Ceremony scheduled on 31st January 2021, Global UNITALKS Culture Show and Talent Competition 2021, and the Speaker of the Month, which is conducted regularly, and of course, the English speaking contest and our debate contest 2021. We are excited to see you there, and we are grateful for your continued support. Last, on this festive season, let me wish all of you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. May this 2021 fulfill all your dreams and wishes. Let it bring you peace, joy, and success. Thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you in the new year. And enjoy your new year. Happy New Year.
Thank you so much, Professor
I
Diana.
just made it very fast. I was very scared about the net going down. So I didn't want to take any chance and finish my speech. Okay.
Okay. Now we have some Global UNITALKS family who want to give the wishes to us. So please bear with me. I will play the video. They'll send it to me, and I think we will like to hear them. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I'm Sunny. I come from China. Recently, I joined the UNITALK organization. I think it's a wonderful platform which gathers a lot of youth around the world. They can share their opinions and ideas on hot topics, their wishes and concerns about our future, and we are all trying to make this world become better. I also hope more and more young people can join us and let the world hear your voice. Thank you, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Hello, my name is David. I'm a master's student at Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in China. Well, it's been a tough year for all of us, but one big thing that I would like to share with you on this day is that no matter how tough or bad the year was, we've made it up to this moment so far, and there's so much prospects up ahead. Like, before the sun shines and before we can appreciate the light from the sun, it has to rain, there has to be thunder. And just look forward into the prospect of a better 2021 as we're approaching the end of the year. And actually, we just want to wish you the best out of everything that next year has to offer. All the best, be blessed, stay safe, and always strive to achieve the best in your life.
Hello everyone, I'm KM Fardin Sultan, and I want to talk about few things about this year. This year we had to go through a global pandemic, and we had so much restrictions with our life, with going out this and there and having time with your friends and your family and your relatives, and we couldn't do none of them properly. But quite honestly, this year Global UNITALK gave me the best experience to make sure that I can do something with life, and it enhanced and it brought out a new person inside me that has helped me to show and to portray what kind of a person I am if I have to represent myself. And I would like to sincerely thank the Global UNITALKS family for allowing me to get this opportunity and portray my talent in front of everyone around the world. So thank you, Global UNITALKS, and wish you a happy Merry Christmas.
And if I could have one wish, is that our desire and will for goodness shall be stretched on to the edges of eternity, that all those who come and pass by through this planet shall never give up, For they shall look up to the sky, and they shall see that our hope is written in the stars, that we are made for greatness, we are made for love, and that we truly deserve it.
Hello everyone, my name is Yotham Johannes and I'm from UNITALKS, Ethiopia. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
My name is Leon Mbungi. I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam, pursuing Bachelor of Laws. My experience with the UNITALK has been a great experience. Through the UNITALKs, I've learned different things. First, I've learned that education is more than books. It's more than going to class and doing examinations, but it's more of your passion. It's more of how you interact with other people, and it also includes your talents. So when you improve your talent, you learn more, and that's education. Through the UNITALKs, I've learned to be confident, to stand out, and speak my ideas in front of people. I'm grateful to be part of the UNITALKs family because UNITALKs has exposed me to the international world, where I've met different students and learned a lot from the UNITALKs. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I'm grateful to be part of the UNITALKs.
Hello everybody, my name is Miriam Jackson. I'm a student at the University of Dar es Salaam pursuing Bachelor of Laws. I'm grateful to be part of UNITALKS family because it has made me explore more about myself. I've come to know about my talents, and it has connected me to a lot of people from all over the world. It's a nice experience and a good opportunity for me to gain more things from the international world. So I am glad and grateful being part of this family. May I wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I wish from Xia University UNITALKS and its worldwide teams Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. We all wish all of you the best.
I'm Kashmir from Bangladesh. I want to share my amazing journey with the Global UNITALKS. From my childhood, I have searched such kind of platform where I can express myself. And for me, Global UNITALKS is such platform which actually changed my life. Thanks to Professor Wallace and Professor Diana for their absolute guidance and back-to-back training sessions. And for any teenagers and for any students, Global UNITALKS is the best platform that can anyone ever get. And I want to wish all of you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
I'm Farsa Chaudhary, a participant of Global UNITALKS debating competition, and I participated in the monthly event also organized by Global UNITALKS. I must say Global UNITALKS is an amazing platform to start with for any speaker, and Professor Dana, Professor Wallace, and the whole creative, amazing, talented team of Global UNITALKS just helped me to realize whatever I can do and how I can represent my views and thoughts, and I can represent myself. So I wish Global UNITALKS all the best of luck and Merry Christmas to Global UNITALKS family. Thank you.
This is Emily from Xi'an University, China. May your new year be filled with special moments, warmth, peace, happiness, the joy of covered ones near, and wishing you all the joy of Christmas and a year of happiness.
Hi, I'm Dil Konyala, and I'm a high school student in Koç, Turkey. I want to talk about my amazing experience in the UNITALKS. First of all, I had the chance to meet with people all around the world. I had the chance to participate, to talk freely, to improve my confidence. And I had the chance to get the amazing education from fascinating people, such as Professor Quinn, who gave me such ideas to improve my debate, Professor Diana, who believed in me, who gave me strength and hope, and Professor Wallace, who put me in a disciplined program. Me and my friends from UNITALKS is so lucky to be in this program. So I encourage you to be in UNITALKS, to improve yourself, to represent yourself and country. You'll be the luckiest person on earth. Thank you.
As the year winds up, 365 days and nights pass by. It has been a long stretch ever since the year began. At this moment, we are grateful. My name is Trinawe Hilary. I am the president of Global UNITALKS Uganda. I would like to take this precious moment to thank everyone and particularly the Global UNITALKS family, beginning with the Professor Architect Professor Wallace, the founder of Global UNITALKS, Professor Diana, the creative team of Global UNITALKS, all juries, international juries that are affiliated to Global UNITALKS. I'm really delighted for this wonderful opportunity, for this great ride throughout 2020. It has been incredible. Global UNITALKS has been key in shaping my life. Global UNITALKS has helped me build my self-esteem. Global UNITALKS has built my confidence. Global UNITALKS has given me the chance to be on this global platform. I didn't know that at one point I'll be interacting with people from different countries. People from Asia, people from Europe, and people from across the globe. This is so incredible. I've got a chance to meet them. I have challenged them. They have challenged me. I have learned a lot, and there's so much more that is left to learn. I am ready to work with Global UNITALKS in the forthcoming years. As I continue to self-actualize in this art of public speech, and debate. I will forever remain indebted to Global UNITALKS, for you are home, away from home. Thank you, Global UNITALKS family, for this wonderful opportunity throughout this year. And I wish everybody and Global UNITALKS family a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year 2021. Good luck in everything that we shall lay our hands on in the forthcoming year. Thank you, Global UNITALKS, and Merry Christmas once again.
Hello everyone, my name is Kimo. I'm from Xi'an University. Say hello to my dear friends. May you be happy, safe and sound. Hope you have a safe life. Happy Christmas Eve.
Hello everyone, this is Kalpana Vera from China. On behalf of the top Chinese company, I'm wishing Global UNITALKS Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I wish this 2021 will bring more happiness in your life, and I wish all the students for their future. And I hope so during this lockdown and this pandemic time, you no need to get worried about anything. Just concentrate on your studies and do best and just learn the new things, because you know that learning new things always brings the happiness and more ideas and more update in your life, and this will help you. Thank you.
So we are now having some of our team members here. Before we close, do you have something to say? Go ahead. Group 6?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead if you have something to say.
Well, I already said a lot of things, but I would like to thank again everyone for coming here and supporting all of us. And I would also like to thank I think they are attending, the people in my school who told me to attend and who recruited me. I also want to thank the juries for amazing feedback. Every time, it's only my second time, but every time I come, I feel like I'm improving so much. I know that the feedback is solely constructive, which I really appreciate. Thank you, Professor Rallis, for bearing with us and being patient with us, because we know that it was, since it was my first time debating and my teammates' first time as well, we were a little difficult, and thank you for your understanding. And also thank you to Professor Diana for being responsible for us. I know that we were almost about to be dropped out, but she stepped in and said that she would take responsibility for us. So I think that a lot of people made this opportunity possible for all of us. So on behalf of everyone, I want to thank everyone who had a part in creating this amazing experience. So thank you. I can't hear you. Is it only my problem?
I can't hear you too.
Professor, I don't think you're audible.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I said you have done a great job and you are going to continue your learning process, and I believe you will be very successful one day, and I think you'll achieve your dream. Idol, I know you're a very, very busy student, but you still did a good job. I want to hear from you.
Firstly, thank you for giving us a second chance, and thank you for improving our confidence. Because if I didn't attend to this club, probably I wouldn't even debate, and I wouldn't even have the chance to talk people all around the world. Now I feel like a world citizen student at a very young age. So I'm so lucky to be in this club. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Reba, you are also done a great job. I want to thank you for all the efforts you have done. Will you like to say something?
Yes, I would. I'd just like to thank you again, Professor Wallace and the Global UNITALKS family for creating this platform. I cannot wait to share with my friends and family and also with my colleagues from school to come and join this platform, to come and let their voices be heard and engage with people from different countries discussing real life topics. We are drivers of change. We are the next generation. And this has been a very good debate competition. I really enjoyed my round. I really enjoyed listening to other debaters. And I just like to take this opportunity to thank you once again, the international jury, all the audience members that came today. And I'd like to wish you all a happy new year. Happy 2021. I cannot wait to join and enroll in another competition in 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reba. You've been excellent, and I'm sure we'll have a long journey. I've seen many students here. Kathy, Claire, Deanne, Bridget, Eva, please open your camera. And I want to hear from you, Lily. How has Christine also here, Patty, how you have been your experience today? If you feel shy opening the camera, you can open your microphone and speak. Clear? Go ahead. Hi, Lily. Everybody can open the camera, or you can open your microphone and speak. So Lily, how was your experience today? Can you unmute it? Yes, Lily. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, Lily. Can you hear me? Clear? Are you there? I think, Lily, are you here? Clear, Diane, Bridget? Okay, I think there is some internet issue. So with this, I think we should end our event today. It has been very, very long debate, and I think everybody enjoyed it. I saw over 3,800 audience participated in this global debate competition. This is the figure I can see on Zoom. Then we also have a YouTube channel and other social media, and it's continued to broadcast. So I think this has been a very successful event. It all credit goes to you guys. Everything goes to you guys, because without you guys, this event was nothing. You were the sole heart of this event, and we all were working together with you to achieve what we have achieved today. So thank you so much for everyone to be here. Wish you Happy New Year 2021. Let's rock on 2021. Have a good night and have a safe time. Take care of yourself. Thank you, the Vice President of South Africa. You are the last region for this year for us to expand. You have a lot of challenge to promote and make UniTalks in the entire South Africa. Will you like to say something at the end?
I look forward to doing it, Professor. I think it's what you're doing here with Global UniTalks is absolutely amazing. You are giving young people opportunities that, like I mentioned in my speech, it's not possible. I think our educational systems are so flawed, and I think with organizations like this, we finally get the opportunity to expand on that. So thank you so much for doing this, and I can't wait to expose more people to Global UniTalks in the coming year.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate, and I think the young souls like you will make a very big difference in time to come. Thank you so much. Wish you guys Happy New Year and have a happy time. Keep safe. Good night. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye. Thank you, Adil. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you, Professor Quinn. Good night.